Chapter 21-28. All the negative comments are only temporary, the little dumpling is the true path. On the broken plains, a strong wind blew, the wild grass was swept up like waves, the grass flew and swirled in the air, it was a desolate scene. A flying ship sat on the plains, surrounded by a layer of almost transparent light, it was a protective shield. This flying ship was the Evanescent. Inside the evanescent flying ship, Chern Zong was sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed, his attention completely focused on his soul. He began to check the memory fragments of the Cthulhu King after his soul exploded. When Chern Zong began to check, just as he was about to look at the important content, it was as if he had touched upon some taboo. A cold snort full of shocking power suddenly sounded. A mere ant dares to pry into the secrets of the sacred ones. That voice seemed to be high up, full of shocking power, as if it was going to attack Chern Zong's soul and shatter it. As if separated by countless dimensions, the Cthulhu King's shadow condensed, emitting a terrifying power. But perhaps because it did not have enough power, it only shook Chern Zong's consciousness slightly, but did not cause any damage. You killed the Sacred Ones, you are the Sacred One's mortal enemy. From now on, you will be hunted down by the Sacred Ones, we will not rest until you die. The Cthulhu King's furious roar exploded. In the next moment, the shadow condensed by the Cthulhu King shattered, turning into a mark. That mark was bright red, as if it was flowing with blood, it emitted a shocking evil, directly rushing towards Chern Zong's soul. There was no way for Chern Zong to dodge. That bright red and extremely evil mark was like a condensed outline of the evil god tribe. It landed directly on Chern Zong's soul, forming an imprint. Chern Zong's expression changed greatly. The power of his soul was immediately stirred up, trembling, it all rushed towards the mark, wanting to shatter it. But then Chern Zong realized that he could not do anything to the mark. The bright red mark, as if it was flowing with blood, was imprinted on his soul, it could not be destroyed, it could not be removed. He tried all kinds of methods, even using the spirit sealing technique to seal it, but it was useless. Fortunately, the bright red mark did not cause any other harm apart from being branded. It was as if it was just a label on his divine soul. Chern Zong could vaguely feel a wisp of aura emanating from the bright red mark. Since he couldn't do anything to the mark, Chern Zong could only give up for the time being. Based on his conjecture and the memories and knowledge of the Eastern Court Sword Master, Chern Zong felt that this mark was like a distinguishing mechanism. The aura it emitted could allow the evil god tribe to more easily sense his presence. If that's the case, I won't have to search for them one by one. Chern Zong sneered, and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. The Cthulhu King thought that by branding himself with the Cthulhu mark, the other Cthulhu tribe members would be able to sense his aura more easily and kill him. What they didn't know was that by doing so, they would be exposed to Chern Zong, which would make it easier for him to worry about them. Of course, it was also very dangerous. If the Cthulhu tribe had already stolen a high position and sent out their uninformed subordinates to kill Chern Zong, it wouldn't be a good thing for Chern Zong. It wouldn't be a good thing for the human race either. But if that was really the case, he would kill them. Then, Chern Zong carefully checked his deity ocean again, but he didn't find any other traces. For example, the traces of the inner demon had disappeared without a trace. If he could find it, Chern Zong's first action would be to destroy it. Even if he couldn't destroy it, he would seal it and then return to the heavenly palace of will to ask his master how to deal with it. Otherwise, the inner demon would be a hidden danger sooner or later. But unfortunately, he couldn't find any trace of it. Chern Zong could only give up helplessly. Putting aside everything else and calming down, Chern Zong began to cultivate. This battle, especially such a unique experience, had brought him obvious benefit. As he cultivated, Chern Zong felt an opportunity for a breakthrough. In outer space, a void-flying ship flew over at an astonishing speed. It quickly rushed into the Wangyuan planet and landed quickly. A figure stood in the flying ship, surrounded by extremely terrifying aura fluctuations. His expression was solemn. It was the sect leader of the Unitary sect. After receiving Chen Zong's message, it just so happened that he wasn't too far away from the Wangyuan planet, so he rushed over at full speed. It could be said that he had already done his best. He only hoped that the true disciple of the heavenly palace of will could hold on. If he died, he would be in trouble. Besides, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss. When the sect leader of the Unitary sect arrived and found this field, Chen Zong just happened to fly out of the escapee. His aura was much stronger than before. Third transformation. Third transformation. That's right. This battle, coupled with the strange experience of the inner demon devouring his soul and possessing his body, had allowed Chen Zong to finally break through that bottleneck and break through again. His qi cultivation had reached the third transformation of the Tao control realm, and his body cultivation had reached the third transformation of the divine body realm. As such, Chen Zong's basic strength was even stronger, and his overall strength was even more powerful. Sensing a strong aura rapidly approaching, Chen Zong immediately looked over and approached the escapee. Looking again, it turned out to be the sect leader of the Unitary sect. When he saw Chen Zong, the sect leader of the Unitary sect breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was still alive, and it seemed that he wasn't injured. When he saw Chen Zong, the sect leader of the Unitary sect also scanned the surroundings. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly analyzed that not long ago there had been a fierce battle here. In the end, Chen Zong should have won. He just didn't know how Chen Zong had won. Chen Zong didn't beat around the bush, and explained the situation of the battle to the sect leader of the Unitary sect. Of course, Chen Zong didn't mention the inner demon's appearance, as that had nothing to do with others. As for the Cthulhu King, Chen Zong didn't hide it, as it couldn't be hidden, as it was a matter of great importance. As for how to kill the Cthulhu King, Chen Zong used the life-saving trump card that his master had left on him as the reason. This was very reasonable, and the sect leader of the Unitary sect didn't doubt it at all. Even if he tried, the Heart Holy Man didn't leave any trump card for Chen Zong, only a spirit artifact, the Heart Print Treasure Robe. Of course, the Heart Print Treasure Robe was only at the celestial artifact level because it was sealed. It was only until Chen Zong left the Will Heavenly Palace that the Heart Print Treasure Robe released the seal, but it was very subtle, and he didn't say it explicitly, so Chen Zong didn't know. This time, if the Cthulhu King hadn't revealed his true form and crippled it, Chen Zong wouldn't have known. The Heart Print Treasure Robe was a supreme-grade spirit artifact, and its value was very shocking, at least in a force like the Unitary sect. The supreme-grade spirit artifact Heart Print Treasure Robe had 2 layers of power. The first layer of power was naturally to defend against attacks, but it wasn't to weaken, but to absorb. It could absorb 70% of a imminent god-level attack, 50% of a Yuan underworld-level attack, and 10% of a transcendent-level attack. The upper limit of its absorption was equivalent to the upper limit of a powerful Yuan underworld level's power. The second layer of power was built on the first layer of power, which was to activate the accumulated power of the Heart Print Treasure Robe after absorbing attacks, and cover the whole body to heal injuries and form a layer of protection. If it was attacked, the protection would resist the attack, and continuously consume power. If it wasn't attacked, it would be completely used on healing. And because it was a spirit artifact, it had a certain level of spirituality. Although it couldn't communicate, it had a certain level of autonomy. For example, when Chen Zong was heavily injured and almost crippled, the Heart Print Treasure Robe automatically released power to heal Chen Zong and resist the Cthulhu King's attack, which gave Chen Zong time to remove the seal of the inner demon. Otherwise, even if the inner demon took over Chen Zong's body, using a body that was almost crippled and broken, it wouldn't be of any use even if he had the ability to fight. Such a heart-print treasure robe was naturally extremely valuable. As for why it could only absorb 50% of the Cthulhu King's attack power, Chernzong guessed that it was because of the nature of the power, but he wasn't very sure. Now that the Cthulhu King was dead, there was no way to investigate. Hearing Chernzong's description of the Cthulhu King, the unitary sect leader's expression was extremely serious. That was clearly an extremely terrifying powerhouse. Only a part of his consciousness had descended, and his power was already so shocking. If all of it descended, how terrifying would it be? The Chu family! The unitary sect leader snorted coldly, filled with cold, murderous intent. This matter might not necessarily have anything to do with the Chu family, Chernzong said. He wasn't pleading for the Chu family, but was stating facts. If he wanted to get rid of the Chu family, he would have done it himself long ago. Why would he need to borrow the hands of others? It was just that Chernzong felt that it was still unknown whether the Chu family was involved in this matter, or if it was just Chu Shanha's own actions. Of course, there might be other reasons. No matter what, he still needed to investigate first to be sure. Naturally, there were spies from the unitary sect investigating the Chu family's main house. As for the Chu family's branch on Wangyuan Star, it was just right, he could go and investigate. Since the unitary sect leader had rushed here, of course he would go with him. This was a good opportunity to get closer to the Heavenly Palace's true disciples, and he didn't need to find any excuses. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the Chu family's branch. They didn't beat around the bush and directly used their power to pressure the people of the Chu family to tell them everything about Chu Shanha. The main thing was that in the past year, all of Chu Shanha's actions after arriving on Wangyuan Star, including some of Chu Shanha's words and changes in his expression, were sorted out by Chernzong and the unitary sect leader. Then, the two of them checked the underground secret room. As soon as they entered the secret room, they felt an indescribable malice and cold attack. Chernzong's keen observation, perception, and deduction gave him a general idea of what had happened here. Of course, the information about the flesh reincarnation array was missing, and Chernzong didn't know, but he was sure that those practitioners who had been brought into this secret room were definitely dead. Perhaps their flesh, blood, strength, and everything else had been swallowed and absorbed by Chu Shanha through some terrible means of the evil god clan, thus creating a body that, although not in the spirit ascension realm, had the terrible power of the spirit ascension realm. Next, naturally, they waited for the spies to investigate the Chu family. Chapter 21-29. The void was boundless, deep, and mysterious. No one knew how many mysteries it contained, and how many dangers lurked within. A flying ship was flying at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the void and the flying ship plunged into it. It was like a whale diving into the water, disappearing into the depths of the void. Void travel. Not long after, 10 void years away, the ripples spread out as well. A void-flying vessel emerged from the depths of the void, its speed gradually decreasing. This was a process of buffering. When the speed dropped to a certain level, it would increase again. As long as it reached the limit, it would be able to activate void travel again. This flying ship was none other than the void escape ship. After the incident with Chu Shanha, Chernzong stayed in the Yuan galaxy for a few more months. But for some reason, he didn't find any traces of the evil god tribe. He didn't know if they were gone or if they knew of the situation and went into hiding. Thus, Chernzong bid farewell and left the Yuan sect, preparing to return to the Heavenly Will Palace. There were 3 reasons for returning to the Heavenly Will Palace. First, heart demons. He didn't have much experience in dealing with heart demons. He would only know when he returned and asked his master. Second, the evil god tribe. Chernzong always felt that the evil god tribe was unusual and had to be taken seriously. He planned to report this matter to his master and then inform the Heavenly Will Palace. After all, the Heavenly Will Palace was the #1 faction in the Void. The safety of the Void was naturally related to them. Third, cultivation. The battle with the evil God King made Chen Zong realize that his strength was still insufficient. He needed to be stronger. In fact, he had just joined the Heavenly Will Palace. He had only received the technique and common abilities before he left in a hurry to return to the Lingwu Holy World and Blue Wave's world. Now that he was returning, he naturally needed to borrow the resources of the Heavenly Will Palace to cultivate. To reach the Black and White world from the Yuan Galaxy, he had to cross many galaxies and spend a lot of time. But there was no other way. Fortunately, this time, he had enough void-burning crystals. He wouldn't be in a predicament like last time. Of course, he only hoped that he wouldn't encounter any void disasters. Otherwise, it would be dangerous to delay time. Now, under continuous travel, Chen Zong had crossed many galaxies. He crossed the star field of the Yuan Galaxy and entered another star field. Flying. He continued to fly. They flew out of the range of the second star field and entered the void between the star field. The void belt between star fields was very vast. Even if the escapee flew at the speed of an advanced void flying ship, it would still take more than 10 days to cross it. Moreover, it could not use void travel. However, according to past experience, under normal circumstances, the void belt was safe. Therefore, Chen Zong let the escapee fly on its own while he meditated and cultivated. There was no time to waste, but he had to seize every minute and second. He could not afford to waste any time. Right now, his chi refinement and body refinement cultivation had just broken through to the third cycle and third transformation level. It would be very difficult for him to improve in a short period of time, but he could use it to cultivate other things. For example, the 1 heart and 2 intents of 1 heart could be used to cultivate the 33 heavens of mind, build the heart palace, and comprehend the application of the Sword Dao domain. The Sword Dao domain was very profound. Many Dao manipulation realms could not grasp it, and even many Yuanming realms could not grasp it. Although Chen Zong had grasped it and walked ahead of many cultivators, his application of the Sword Dao domain was still at a superficial level. However, Chen Zong had superb comprehension and the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting. Although Sword Master Dong Ting did not grasp the Sword Dao domain at the demigod level, he had grasped it at the Dao manipulation realm. Moreover, he had studied it for many years, and his application of the Sword Dao domain had reached an astonishing level. In short, Chen Zong's comprehension and mastery of the Sword Dao domain compared to Sword Master Dong Ting's was like the power level of an ant compared to the power level of a true dragon. However, that was only temporary. Previously, it was not that Chen Zong did not attach importance to the Sword Dao domain, but he did not have the energy and time to study it. After all, there were too many things he needed to cultivate. The battle between the inner demon and the Cthulhu King had shown Chen Zong the amazing potential of the Sword Dao domain. He cultivated the 33 heavens of mind to build the heart palace, while he combined the memories and experiences of Swordmaster Dong Ting to comprehend the Sword Dao domain. The construction of the 6th Heart Palace was very slow. After all, the 33 heavens of mind ultimately meant the construction of 33 heart palaces. Theoretically, on average, a level 1 spirit realm should be able to construct around 6 heart palaces, or 7 at most. Of course, that was not how it was calculated. The lower the realm, the more difficult it was to construct the heart palace. It was extremely rare for someone like Chen Zong to start constructing the 6th Heart Palace at the 3rd Transformation Dao Manipulation Realm. Compared to the difficulty of constructing the 6th Heart Palace, the comprehension of the Sword Dao domain was very efficient. Firstly, it was because of Chen Zong's superb comprehension. Secondly, it was because of Sword Master Dong Ting's memories and experiences as a foundation. Chen Zong felt that his mastery of the Sword Dao domain had increased exponentially. Suddenly, the escapee's speed dropped sharply and finally stopped. It did not move at all, which surprised Chen Zong. He immediately broke away from his comprehension and spread out his divine sense. The escapee was sealed by an inexplicable force. Vaguely, Chen Zong's divine sense could see chains as thick as an arm locking the entire escapee. The chains were suffused with silver light and flowed like water. They were mysterious runes. Under the many chains, the escapee could not move at all. Even its power was stopped, and it could not activate the protective shield, cannons, and so on. Boom! Chen Zong was secretly shocked. While he was thinking at lightning speed, the escapee suddenly shook violently. It was being attacked. The escapee's material was astonishing and extremely hard. But in the absence of a protective shield, it could not withstand multiple attacks from a Dao manipulation realm. If the escapee's material was enough to completely withstand the attacks of a Dao manipulation realm or even a Yuanming realm, it had to be at least a spirit divine artifact. How precious was a spirit divine artifact? If one wanted to build the escapee's flying ship, it would cost an unknown amount of materials. It was not something that could be bought with just tens of millions of void coins. It would cost at least 10 times more. At the end of the day, the true ability to resist attacks was the protective shield. Boom! Boom! The escapee was constantly attacked and shook violently. It could indeed withstand for a short period of time, but it would be damaged and destroyed after a little longer. With a sweep of his divine sense, Chen Zong also discovered the people attacking the escapee flying ship. There were as many as 9 of them. Each of them had a cold expression and their eyes were suffused with a ferocious and ruthless light. They were filled with killing intent. The auras of the 9 cultivators were all at the Dao manipulation realm. There was a scarlet flicker in their eyes. Further away there was a figure floating in the air. The aura around him was restrained, like a black hole devouring everything. It was extremely terrifying. He was definitely a powerhouse that surpassed the Dao manipulation realm. Chen Zong could not help but feel his heart sink. More directly, the bright red mark of the evil god on his divine soul was constantly flickering, as if it was transmitting something. The evil god clan. Although he did not get close and did not sense carefully, Chen Zong was sure of the identity of these cultivators. The evil god clan. They were all human cultivators who had been possessed by the evil god tribe's evil god reincarnation. As for why they intercepted him here, it should be because they sensed the aura of the evil god's mark and used some information and so on to finally ambush him in this void zone. Thinking like lightning, Chen Zong immediately found this method to deal with the void flying ship from the memory of Sword Master Dong Ting. Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky Region. This was a secret treasure. The essence of this secret treasure was an array. When the Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky array was refined into a secret treasure, it would form a Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky region when it was activated. Its function was to seal off a part of the void and prohibit void travel. It could even bind the void flying ship and terminate all means of the void flying ship. Just like now, the void flying ship seemed to have been abolished. It could only passively receive attacks and could not even activate the protective shield. The 9 Dao controlling realm cultivators were very strong. Under the continuous bombardment, the void flying ship began to be damaged. If this continued, the void flying ship would disintegrate. Without hesitation, Chen Zong's figure flashed and appeared outside, immediately putting the void flying ship into the 9 heavenly rings. The Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky region was mainly aimed at the void flying ship, stopping everything and making it unusable. However, it would not seal off the cultivators, otherwise it would be directly destroyed. Of course, the effect of the void flying ship existed, making the void more solid and difficult to travel through. The reason why he chose this void zone was also because he considered that the effect of the void flying ship was just a side effect and was not so main. He was worried that the void-flying ship would be too strong and break through. No matter what, for the sake of dealing with Chernzong, this group of evil god tribe members could be said to have plotted everything and used all of their means. Of course, Chernzong was not afraid of the 9 Dao controlling realm cultivators. The only thing that Chernzong was wary of was the terrifying cultivator above the Dao controlling realm. Without a choice, Chernzong could only walk out of the void-flying ship and appear in the spirit-sealing Forbidden Sky region, facing these evil god clan cultivators. From the looks of it, your development in this star field is rather unexpected, Chernzong said as he swept his gaze across them. How dare you destroy the plan of the sacred race and go against them? You will die without a doubt. Cut the crap, kill him. Several evil god clan cultivators immediately shouted angrily and attacked. These 9 Dao controlling realm cultivators were not weak. The least of them was at the 7th revolution and the most were at the 9th revolution. Their combined strength was very terrifying and immediately brought great pressure to Chernzong. However, the greatest pressure was still that expert from the evil god clan who'd surpassed the Dao manipulation realm. He didn't make a move, and he merely stared at Chernzong with an icy cold and emotionless gaze, causing Chernzong to feel a horrifying sense of danger. He was extremely horrified, and his mind was raised to the limit while he was extremely tense. Danger. A great danger had struck and surrounded him. Facing 9 Dao controlling realm cultivators, Chernzong's blood seemed to be boiling. Fight. Then let's fight. If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me. At present, the evil god tribe that had surpassed the Dao manipulation realm did not intend to attack. This was a good opportunity for him to kill these 9 evil god tribe cultivators in the shortest amount of time with an unstoppable force, and then use this opportunity to escape. Chapter 2130. Kill. The saber light suddenly exploded, approaching from afar and attacking mercilessly. In the void, sound traveled even slower. Therefore, when the saber light exploded, there were waves of extremely shocking screeches sweeping over. It was terrifying to the extreme. The other 8 Dao manipulation realm evil god tribe members also attacked. They attacked mercilessly, wanting to kill Chernzong directly. How much hatred did they have? Sword Dao Domain. In just an instant, the Sword Dao Domain expanded, covering a radius of 200 meters, exceeding the previous 100 meters. Suppress. When the various attacks entered the Sword Dao Domain, their speed decreased and slowed down. Chernzong's speed was increased to the extreme. He flashed past like a flash of light and appeared in front of a Dao manipulation realm evil god tribe member. The sword light suddenly lit up, as if there were tens of thousands of swords blooming. They gathered in an instant, highly compressed into a beam. Sect Origin Swords. Kill. Although it was still incomparable to when he used the mental demon, it was much more condensed than when he used it previously. The suppressive power of the Sword Dao Domain, as well as the enhancement to himself and the Sect Origin Swords, allowed the lethality of Chernzong's sword to reach the extreme. The evil god tribe member with Dao manipulation realm cultivation found it difficult to dodge. He was immediately hit, and tens of thousands of sword chi exploded in his body. Attack. Tear. In an instant, beams of sword light shot out from the body of the cultivator occupied by the evil god tribe member. Killed with one sword. The sword chi of this sword was even more ingenious. It entered the evil god tribe member's body and cut off various parts, preventing him from even self-destructing. In an instant, the evil god tribe member's soul appeared and was about to charge into Chernzong's divine sea. Soul sealing technique. Chernzong was already prepared and directly sealed it. He comprehended Sword Master Dongting's experience of using the Sword Dao Domain and combined it with himself. With his amazing comprehension and learning ability, he eventually improved continuously. If Chernzong's application of the Sword Dao Domain was not even considered superficial before, Now he could be considered to have reached the beginner's level. The Sword Dao domain could suppress and also enhance oneself. Suppression was to suppress the opponent and restrict their speed, strength, and so on. Enhancement was to increase one's speed, strength, and so on. This was especially true for Sword Dao, where the enhancement was very significant. In this way, Chen Zong was able to directly kill an expert of the 8th circle of the Dao manipulation realm in a short time. If it had been before, even if his cultivation had broken through to the 3rd circle of the Dao manipulation realm, it would have been difficult for him to do so. Heart Flame. In an instant, the quintuple heart flame burned on Chen Zong's body, causing Chen Zong's speed and strength to increase by another 50%. His strength also rose again, reaching an even higher level. His figure flashed and he charged out, wanting to leave the area sealed by the Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky domain. As long as he could get out of the Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky domain, he would be able to take out the evading void again. At that time, he would be safe. Although the Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky domain's power was astonishing, its flaws were also very obvious. It had to be set up in advance and was difficult to move. However, the evil god tribe was already prepared and immediately blocked Chen Zong's path. Their figures overlapped and their martial arts were extremely profound. Even if Chen Zong had the Sword Dao domain to enhance himself, he could not break out of the encirclement and was blocked again. Kill. The second expert of the 7th circle of the Dao manipulation realm died under the sword. Within the Sword Dao domain, Chen Zong was like a fish in water and a tiger with wings. He had a feeling that he was unrestrained and invincible. Kill. The third expert of the 7th circle of the Dao manipulation realm also died under Chen Zong's sword. Under full strength and the brilliant application of the Sword Dao domain, Chen Zong's strength was more reasonable and reached an even more terrifying level. Its lethality was extremely shocking. However, it was very difficult for others to hit Chen Zong. In the distance, the expert of the evil god tribe, who had surpassed the Dao manipulation realm, narrowed his eyes and unconsciously lowered his hands behind his back. A trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. When Chen Zong's sword slashed out and pointed at the evil god tribe expert of the 9th circle of the Dao manipulation realm, he made his move. There were no traces of him making a move at all. In just an instant, Chen Zong's sword light was shattered. At the same time, Chen Zong also felt as if his sword was about to be knocked away. An extremely terrifying force directly rushed through the sword as if it wanted to shatter Chen Zong's body. However, 50% of the force was first absorbed by the Heart Seal treasure robe and then blocked by the World Divine Body. Even so, Chen Zong felt extremely uncomfortable, as if his body was about to be shattered. Cracks appeared on his body and blood couldn't help but seep out. He felt as if his body was cracking, like an exquisite porcelain that had been hit and could shatter at any time. Yuan Underworld Realm. This level of attack had completely reached the level of the Yuan Underworld Realm. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately activated the power stored in the Heart Seal treasure robe and used this power to heal his injuries. After knowing the second effect of the Heart Seal treasure robe, Chen Zong attacked himself and kept charging the Heart Seal treasure robe. After many times, it had already accumulated to the limit. However, because the opponent had attacked too quickly and had exceeded his expectations, he had been hit. Otherwise, if he had reacted in time, he could have activated the Heart Seal treasure robe's active protection and used the power stored in it to resist the attack. His injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. Chen Zong burst out at full speed and moved quickly, killing the other Dao manipulation realm evil god tribe members. It would be difficult for him to escape if he didn't kill these evil god tribe members because they surrounded him without fear of death and prevented him from leaving the range of the Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky Zone. Chen Zong wasn't worried at all if there were only a few Dao manipulation realm evil god tribe members. The only thing worth worrying about was the Yuan Underworld Evil God tribe member. He hadn't made a move before, but now that he saw how powerful Chernzong was and that his side had suffered considerable losses, he couldn't help but act. With a boom, the light of the heart seal treasure robe trembled and ripples spread out as if it was about to shatter. However, it still stubbornly blocked the attack of the Yuan Underworld Evil God tribe member. However, Chernzong knew very well that it could at most withstand 2 more attacks from the Yuan Underworld Evil God tribe member before it was broken. Unfortunately, once the Heart Seal Treasure Robe's ability to store power to resist attacks was activated, it could only resist attacks and couldn't absorb them anymore. Otherwise, it could form a cycle that couldn't be broken. If it could do that, then the Heart Seal Treasure Robe wouldn't be a spirit artifact anymore. It would be a sky celestial artifact of a higher grade. There were only 2 chances left, so he had to make good use of them. After these 2 chances were used up, he would rush out of the range of the spirit sealing Forbidden Sky Zone. Then, he would take out the evasive space and use it to attack the Yuan Underworld Evil God tribe member. Even if he couldn't kill the Yuan Underworld Evil God tribe member, he could still use the evasive space to leave quickly. As if they knew what Chernzong was planning, the other Evil God tribe members charged forward one after another without any fear of death. The Yuan Underworld Evil God tribe members' attack speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, another attack arrived. Chernzong was hit once again, and the power of the Heart Seal Treasure Robe was further depleted. It could only withstand 1 more attack. However, Chernzong also took advantage of this opportunity to erupt with all his strength and kill the Evil God tribe member at the 9th Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm. Then, he used the Spirit Sealing technique to seal his soul. At this point, out of the 9 Dao Manipulation Realm powerhouses, 4 of them were at least at the 7th Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm. Chernzong had already killed 4 of them. He had killed 4 Dao Manipulation Realm powerhouses at the 3rd Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm. If news of this spread, who knew how many people would be alarmed? Kill. The 5th Evil God tribe member at the 8th Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm was killed by Chernzong. At the same time, Chernzong suffered another attack and the light on the Heart Seal Treasure Robe was instantly broken. However, after killing the 5th Evil God tribe member, Chernzong had already reached the edge of the Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky Zone. He could rush out of the Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky Zone in the next moment. Speed up. Extreme speed. Charge. In an instant, a strong sense of danger erupted from the depths of his heart, causing Chernzong to be stunned. He turned into a ray of sword light and flew away without hesitation. A figure had appeared in front of him without him noticing. It was the Yuan Underworld powerhouse blocking his path and staring coldly at him. Chernzong had a feeling that the other party didn't seem to want to kill him but wanted to capture him alive. As for the reason, Chernzong didn't know. However, he guessed that the other party might be eyeing his body so that the other Evil God tribe members could use the Evil God reincarnation secret technique to occupy his body. Chernzong's guess wasn't wrong in general, but there were some discrepancies. After changing several times, he still couldn't get away. The Yuan Underworld powerhouse was too fast. His current strength could indeed surpass an ordinary 9th Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm powerhouse, but the gap between him and a Yuan Underworld powerhouse was still too big. Even if he had all kinds of methods, it wouldn't be enough. What should I do? Chernzong couldn't help but think quickly. The heart flame was still burning, stacking layer by layer until there were a total of 5 layers. Wisps of unique aura fluctuations spread out continuously and drifted far, far away. In an instant, an incomparably tyrannical aura swept over like a natural disaster. That aura made all things tremble. Chernzong felt a familiar feeling from that aura. How dare you make a move on a disciple of my heavenly palace? Dying 100 times won't be enough. As the extremely powerful aura swept over, a cold and desolate voice rang out. It was filled with a shockingly violent might. In an instant it was like rolling thunder reverberating endlessly. Although the speed of sound transmission was slow in the void, it seemed to have sounded directly from the depths of everyone's hearts. The expressions of several Tao Manipulation Realm Evil God tribe members changed drastically. In the next moment, their bodies twisted strangely as if they were being squeezed by an extremely tyrannical and invisible force. Then, with a bang, they exploded one after another. Even their spirit bodies were shattered by an extremely terrifying force as soon as they appeared. Death. It was so sudden and so shocking. Besides Chen Zong, the Yuan Underworld Evil God tribe member also widened his eyes in shock. That power made him unconsciously feel a sense of horror, as if he was about to be destroyed, and he trembled uncontrollably. Without hesitation, the Yuan Underworld Evil God tribe member immediately gave up on Chen Zong and burst forth with his fastest speed. In an instant, he turned into a stream of light and flew far away. Escape. Chapter 2131. The formless aura was terrifying to the extreme as it swept over like a wave of destruction. However, when that terrifying aura swept past Chenzong, it didn't cause any pressure or harm to Chenzong. Instead, it was like a cool breeze brushing past his face. However, Chenzong could feel an extremely shocking power from it. Several Tao controlling Realm Evil God tribe members died, and even their spirits were instantly annihilated. The Yuan Underworld Evil God tribe member erupted with full speed and fled far away. However, a red light suddenly lit up and flickered endlessly from afar. In the next moment, it streaked across the void like a cannon shot from a void ship. It swept across the sky at an extremely shocking speed and descended with a rumbling sound. It was as if the sky and earth were falling apart. Boom! The momentum of the void zone was boundless and surging endlessly. The red light was extremely gorgeous and surging like a torrent of magma. It emitted an extremely shocking blazing power that seemed to be able to incinerate everything in the world. It was like a bolt of scarlet lightning that tore through the primal chaos as it streaked across the sky. The Yuan Underworld Evil God tribe member, who was rapidly fleeing, was extremely fast, but he was still inferior to the scarlet lightning and was immediately caught up and directly struck. With a loud boom, his tyrannical body was instantly shattered. A miserable shriek rang out as the Evil God tribe member's spirit immediately left his body and flew away at an even faster speed. It was as if he had broken free from his shackles. However, the spirit body was still affected by the scarlet lightning and flames. The scarlet lightning and flames seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power that could directly target the spirit body and directly shatter it. Then, the spirit body was destroyed bit by bit. The mournful shriek echoed in the void zone and only died down after a dozen breaths. Dead. The Evil God tribe member, who had possessed the Yuan Underworld Evil God tribe member, was truly dead. All threats from Chenzong had been removed. Chenzong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Senior, thank you for saving me," Chenzong hurriedly said. "This was necessary." It was also fortunate that the powerful female senior had intervened. Otherwise, he would really be in trouble this time and might even be dead. "What's your name?" A loud and boisterous voice rang out. It was none other than the voice of the person who had killed all the experts from the Evil God tribe with brute force. After that, a beam of light shot out like a shooting star with incredible speed. With a flash, it appeared before Chenzong. She was wearing a fiery red dress made of some unknown leather that fit her body perfectly, showing off her bulging chest and round and perky buttock. Her waist was so slender that it made people wonder if it would break with just a little bit of force. Her perfectly round legs were straight and slender, and she wore a pair of gorgeous and exquisite combat shoes. Her ankles had traces of red light that looked like burning flames. She was dressed in tight leather clothes that looked like light armor. The main color was scarlet red, with black and gold intertwined in some places, making her look even more gorgeous and noble. Her delicate face that was as white as jade and her long red hair that looked like burning flames fluttered in the wind, making her look like a goddess of fire. With just one look, Chen Zong felt an indescribable flame ignite from the depths of his heart, as if it was about to burn. As a grown man, Chen Zong knew very well what the flame in his heart was. It was the evil flame, the flame of desire, the flame of wanting to take the fiery person in front of him for himself. With a thought, Chen Zong immediately extinguished the evil flame in his heart, and he regained his composure. The reason why he could be like this was because his spirit was strong, his mind was strong, and his heart sword path was superb. If it were any other Tao manipulation realm cultivator, they would probably be very weak. She was truly a peerless beauty that no one dared to look directly at. This, senior. Chen Zong was a little hesitant, because the other party didn't look very old. Of course, cultivators who had reached the imminent deity realm were definitely not young. It was hard to tell her age just by looking at her appearance. However, the other party was so fiery, so young, and so powerful that Chen Zong didn't know how to address her. In the end, he called her senior. After all, she was stronger than him. My surname is Chen Zong. Third Revolution Tao Manipulation Realm Cultivation, but you've built 5 heart palaces. Which palace are you a true disciple of? She was like a goddess of fire, but she didn't have the temperament of a true beauty at all. Instead, she looked carefree. Her voice was obviously a little delicate, but she pretended to be boorish, which gave a strong sense of incongruity. Senior, I'm the 5th true disciple of the Heart Palace. Chen Zong responded because the other party was also from the Heart Palace, but as for whether she was a disciple or an elder, Chen Zong didn't know. After all, he had left the Heart Palace not long after joining, so he didn't have the time to properly understand it. What's more, although there weren't many people in the Heart Palace, it wasn't easy to understand them all. Heart Palace. Chen Zong found that the fiery beauty was rubbing her chin, her body leaning forward, her breasts almost pressing down on him. Her delicate face was as white as jade, but she looked at him up and down, her eyes full of curiosity, as if she wanted to strip him naked. Then, she straightened her body, trembling slightly. Master actually took in another disciple. And, little junior brother, you have to call me senior sister, 3rd senior sister. No, call me Sister Canon. Did you hear that? The fire goddess senior sister's fair palm landed on Chen Zong's shoulder. With a bang, it sounded like the beating of a drum. No matter how strong Chen Zong's body was, he could not help but feel his shoulder go numb. Little junior brother, remember to call me Sister Canon in the future. Chen Zong couldn't help but be speechless. Sister Canon. What the hell was that? A name? It shouldn't be. What kind of woman would have such a weird name? A title? It felt too weird. No matter how he looked at it, it had the air of the Jianghu, as if she was a bandit who bullied women and men to occupy a mountain. It was like the difference between 2 worlds. But this fiery beauty in front of him had requested it. Sister Canon. Chen Zong's heart was in a mess. What kind of fetish was this? But she did save him, and since she had such a weird request, he'd do as she wished. Junior brother Chen Zong greets. Sister Canon. When Chen Zong said those 3 words, the corner of his mouth twitched. He didn't know why, but he felt an indescribable sense of shame. Ha 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 ha. 3rd senior sister laughed heartily. She patted Chen Zong's shoulder and thumped Chen Zong's chest. Her eyes seemed to light up slightly. Good, very good, junior brother. Your breasts are not bad. You're quite well endowed. Sister Canon will protect you from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, just mention my name. Let's see who dares to behave atrociously. Thank you. Chen Zong felt weak all over. His heart was tired. He couldn't help but glance at her, thinking that she was even more well endowed. Why didn't Master tell me that I had such a senior sister? Although I couldn't change anything, at least I would be mentally prepared. Perhaps Master couldn't say it out of shame. Chernzong secretly complained. Suddenly, Chernzong remembered that he was the fifth true disciple of Exin Palace, the fifth disciple of Exin Dao Master. There were 4 others before him, but Master didn't mention who they were. Now that third senior sister was such a weirdo, what about the others? Eldest senior brother? Maybe it was eldest senior sister. There was also second senior brother or second senior sister, and fourth senior brother or fourth senior sister. Forget it, it was useless to think so much. When he met them in the future, he would know. They couldn't be more strange than this third senior sister, right? Little junior brother, where did that group of people come from? Third senior sister asked with a bandit's face. Tell me, and I'll destroy their entire sect. I don't know where they come from, but these people were all possessed by the evil god tribe. Because I ruined the evil god tribe's plan, they set up an ambush here to kill me, Chernzong said simply. However, it wasn't difficult to find out where these people came from. They just had to search their storage rings, and they might find out. Sure enough, after searching for a while, Chernzong and third senior sister found out that these people came from the Heavenly Path sect, a stellar sector-level force in Tian Luo planet. The Heavenly Path sect was a low-tier stellar sector-level force, but they weren't weak either. However, Chernzong felt a chill run down his spine. The Heavenly Path sect was so powerful, but there were actually 10 reincarnated evil god tribe members. Perhaps this was only a small part of them. Let's go and destroy the Heavenly Path sect. Third senior sister grabbed Chernzong and was about to take action. Wait, third sister Canon. This is very important. We should go back and report to Master first, Chernzong said with a serious expression. The Heavenly Path sect has a transcendent state elite guarding it. I'm not their match now. Alright, let's go back and see Master first. Third senior sister immediately changed her mind. With a wave of her hand, a fiery red void flying ship appeared beside her, as if it was burning all the time. Let's go back to the Heavenly Palace. Third senior sister grabbed Chernzong and stuffed him into the void flying ship. She immediately activated it and accelerated to the limit. High-tier void flying ship. This way, Chernzong wouldn't have to take out the void flying ship himself. Third senior sister sat beside Chernzong and rubbed her shoulder against Chernzong's arm, as if they were close friends. Little junior brother, tell me, when did you join the Heavenly Palace? Waves of unique fragrance continuously wafted into Chernzong's nose. It smelled very good, as if it had a scorching aura that could make one's blood boil. Chernzong's feelings were messy. A hot beauty calling herself Sister Canon was a title filled with the aura of the pugilistic world. No matter how he looked at it, he found it strange. I entered the Heavenly Palace a few years ago after passing the Heart Intent realm. Chernzong smiled and replied, because I received the Heart Intent technique inheritance that Master left behind a few years ago, I was fated to be with Master. Therefore, Master took me in as the fifth true disciple. I see. Looks like your experience is similar to that of the sissy second senior brother. Third senior sister nodded and then seemed to think of something. Little junior brother is very special. You're only at the third revolution of the Tao manipulation realm, but you've already built 5 heart palaces. Oh, is that very difficult? Chernzong wasn't very clear about this. Chapter 2132. Within the cannon void ship, Chernzong was calmly cultivating. He was focusing on comprehending the application of the Sword Dao domain while perfecting the sect origin sword. The battle with the evil god tribe powerhouses had made Chernzong realize the amazing potential of the Sword Dao domain and the profound potential of the sect origin sword. Both were worth digging deeper into. Furthermore, he had only created the first sword of the sect origin swords so far. There were still the second, third, and even more. Of course, Chen Zong knew very well that the sect origin swords had a very profound concept. Therefore, it would be very difficult to create the second sword. There didn't seem to be much hope at the moment, but he would eventually be able to do it as he continued to accumulate experience. As for the forging of the Sixth Heart Palace and the cannon, Chen Zong had temporarily given up after the third senior sister had consulted him. It was no wonder that the forging of the Sixth Heart Palace was so difficult. It turned out that his cultivation base was too low. Chen Zong was also aware of this. In that case, rather than spending a lot of time forging the Sixth Heart Palace, it would be better to use this time and effort to comprehend other things. As for the forging of the Sixth Heart Palace, it wouldn't be too late to do it after his cultivation base had improved to a higher level. It would take a lot of time to travel from the Eastern Void to the Central Void and head to the Black and White Realm, even if the high-grade Void Shuttle flew at full speed. Inside the Void Shuttle, Chen Zong and the fiery third senior sister didn't collide. Chen Zong had discovered that the third senior sister wasn't just a big sister. She was also a female hooligan who liked to attack other people's chests the most. Well, after she became familiar with Chen Zong, he would retaliate. His senior sister had attacked his chest, and he couldn't possibly retaliate. Although Chen Zong's heart would inevitably have this kind of strange thought and faintly have some impulse, he still very rationally controlled himself and didn't take action. Besides being rational, Chen Zong also felt that he would be beaten to death by this violent senior sister if he retaliated. In comparison, this violent senior sister was very strong. She had directly blasted apart a Yuan underworld evil god tribe member, causing his soul to scatter. Although third senior sister's personality was outstanding, she was indeed talented in cultivation. Her mastery of the Will Heavenly Palace's arts and techniques was not something that Chen Zong could match. After a few rounds of guidance, Chen Zong gained a deeper understanding of the Will Heavenly Palace's arts and techniques. During this period of time, Chen Zong had also seen his third senior sister fight at close range. She had encountered a void beast that was equivalent to a late Yuan underworld entity. That void beast was over 10,000 meters in size. Its skin was thick and its flesh was thick. It was extremely powerful and astonishing. However, it was still beaten to death by third senior sister. It was extremely miserable. That battle also allowed Chen Zong to understand why his third senior sister was called Sister Cannon. Her attacks were extremely violent, not limited to her fists. Her arms, legs, shoulders, and even her head could be used as weapons. Her strength was extremely violent, as if she was crushing dry weeds. Every strike was peerlessly domineering, powerful, and unyielding. It was like the eruption of a volcano, destroying everything. Sister Cannon lived up to her name. Every strike was as terrifying as the bombardment of the void flying ship. It was an extreme compression and explosion of power. Chen Zongdo imagined that when he was fighting against his third senior sister, he would not know how to defend himself against her extremely violent attack. However, his third senior sister's cultivation level was indeed at the Yuan underworld realm. As for what level of the Yuan underworld realm she was at, it was not clear. In any case, she was not at the Spirit Ascension realm. Little junior brother, cultivate well. When are you going to have a match with me? Third senior sister patted Chen Zong's shoulder and took the opportunity to touch his chest. Chen Zong felt helpless. If he could beat her, he would have captured her long ago. Chen Zong rubbed his shoulder and secretly complained. She was really violent, but her name was Yu Wuxia. Just based on her name and appearance, she was completely compatible. However, the moment she opened her mouth to speak, her bandit aura was completely exposed. In any case, with third senior sister's protection, Chen Zong did not encounter any danger. He smoothly left the Eastern Void, entered the Central Void, and flew straight to the Black and White realm. A huge world of white at the top and black at the bottom appeared in front of them. Zong couldn't help but be a little excited, secretly excited. Last time, he and Wang Kuan had gone through a lot of trouble to enter the White Realm. The Black and White Realm was a general name. The white part of the upper part was called the White Realm, while the black part of the lower part was called the Black Realm. The White Realm was naturally the world above the Will Sky Palace. As for the Black Realm, Zong did not know what it was. His master had not mentioned it before. When he asked, Third Senior Sister had a strange look on her face, and said that he would know in the future. The cannon high-tier void flying ship plunged into the Black and White Realm and rushed directly into the Sky Lightning, Sky Fire, and Sky Wind layer of the White Realm. There was no danger at all. They directly entered the White Realm and flew toward the center of the White Realm. They had arrived. With the identity token of the Will Sky Palace, Zong and Yu Wuxia easily returned to the Will Sky Palace. This was the second time Zong came, but he still could not see through the mystery. Master, I'm back. Third Senior Sister Yu Wuxia rushed into the Will Sky Palace and shouted loudly. Zong seemed to have caught a slight twitch of the Will Sky Palace's eyes. It was like an illusion. Disciple greets Master. In comparison, Zong was more normal. Master, junior brother seems to have something to tell you. Yu Wuxia said, I'll take my leave first. With that, Yu Wuxia directly turned and left with a look of excitement. Zong even saw her rubbing her hands together, and there seemed to be a sinister smile at the corner of her mouth. It was as if she was going to fight. Zong guessed right. Yu Wuxia was going to find someone to fight. There were many opponents in the Will Sky Palace. What's the matter? The Will Sky Palace was helpless towards his disciple. However, he was usually more open-minded. He would not care about such small matters. Master. Zong immediately told him about the Evil God tribe. He even took out the souls of the Evil God tribe members that were sealed by the soul sealing technique and handed them to the Will Sky Palace. The Will Sky Palace was at the 4th level of the imminent spirit realm. He was many times stronger than himself, and there was no comparison at all. He might not be able to see through it, but his master might be able to. I'll study it carefully. The Will Sky Palace took the souls of the Evil God tribe members that were sealed, and his expression was serious. According to Zong, this was not a small matter. You did the right thing in this matter. After keeping the souls of the Evil God tribe members that were sealed, the Will Sky Palace said to Zong in a praising tone, The existence of the Will Sky Palace has the responsibility of guarding the peace of the void. Inexplicably, he felt a sense of mission. There are some things that I should let you know. The Will Sky Palace explained to Zong about the position and responsibility of the Will Sky Palace in the void. Their position was the strongest, and their responsibility was to guard the peace of the void. Of course, the so-called peace did not refer to those small conflicts, but major events that could threaten the safety of the void. For example, the invasion of powerful foreign tribes and so on. To the Will Sky Palace, the incident of the Evil God tribe was already a sign of that, and they had to pay attention to it. In fact, it was not only the Will Sky Palace that had such a responsibility. The top forces like the Eternal Battle Fort also had such a heavy responsibility. At the same time, Zong also knew one thing, and that was the secret of the Dark World. The Dark World had another name, the Demonic Heart Realm. The first responsibility of the Will Sky Palace was to suppress the Demonic Heart Realm. This was because once the Demonic Heart Realm's Demonic Heart Realm erupted, it would definitely be a disaster for the void. Just thinking about that kind of scene made Zong's hair stand on end. Demonic Heart Realm. How many Demonic Heart Realms were there? Once it was leaked, the word disaster wouldn't be enough to describe it. Zong was also curious. It was true that Demonic Heart Realms would appear in cultivators, but if the Demonic Heart Realms was destroyed, wouldn't it disappear? Since that was the case, why did the Demonic Heart Realm still exist? The Will Sky Palace answered. Every cultivator had an evil side. Whether it was suppressing or releasing evil thoughts, there would be traces of demonic heart realms. As such, the demonic heart realm was like a reflection, and demonic heart realms would also give birth to demonic heart realms. To put it simply, as long as a person was born and grew to a certain extent, the demonic heart realm would give birth to demonic heart realms for the first time. Even if the demonic heart realms was destroyed, the demonic heart realms would still exist, and it would become stronger as a result. Even the Will Sky Palace's demonic heart realms did not know what kind of mystery this was, but it was the truth. The Will Sky Palace guarded the demonic heart realm because the Will Sky Palace's Abhijna was relatively effective against demonic heart realms. Of course, there were other reasons. All in all, the Dark World was such a terrifying existence. No one knew how many demonic heart realms existed in it. Thinking about how many people and cultivators were born in the void, the demonic heart realm corresponded to that. No matter how big the demonic heart realm is, it's limited. Demonic heart realms will also kill and devour each other, so it's not as many as you think. The Will Sky Palace smiled. Even so, it was still very shocking. Master, I think I've given birth to demonic heart realms too, Chenzong said. The Will Sky Palace's demonic heart realms was stunned. His expression turned serious, and he asked Chenzong to tell him in detail. Naturally, Chenzong did not hide anything and recounted what had happened. The Will Sky Palace's demonic heart realms fell silent. Don't resist. As he finished speaking, the Will Sky Palace's demonic heart realms surged into Chenzong's deity sea and searched quickly. He saw the mark of the evil god, but he did not find the demonic heart realms. The mark of the evil god should be the mark that the Cthulhu King left on you. It has two uses. First, it will release a unique aura, and other Cthulhu tribe members can sense it. It's like an enemy's mark. The Will Sky Palace pondered and said, second, it's to make you a better vessel, so that the Cthulhu King can have a chance to take over your body. Chenzong thought to himself. It was indeed not that simple. After the Cthulhu King self-destructed, he probably started planning all of this. Chapter 2133. Within the Divine Sea, within the Divine Soul, strands of extremely powerful and profound energy quickly spread out and seeped in, forming a very complicated seal that wrapped around the bright red mark of the evil god, and then sealed it. The fiend god's imprint seemed to be unwilling to be sealed just like that. It violently erupted with a tyrannical aura as blood-red light shot out in all directions, attempting to break through the seal. Faintly, Chenzong seemed to see a face within the bright red imprint that was filled with malevolence and anger. It seemed to be howling, roaring, and filled with endless rage. However, it was useless. The single-hearted holy man was a fourth-tier imminent divine cultivator. Perhaps in terms of true strength, he could not compare to the evil god king. However, how could a mere mark of the evil god, and at such a far distance, resist the power and abhijna of the single-hearted holy man? Seal. In the end, all the roars and resistance of the mark of the evil god proved to be futile. As the seal fell, it was completely sealed and could no longer move. Chenzong also heaved a sigh of relief. In this way, he would not be targeted by the evil god tribe so easily. Although the evil god tribe would also expose themselves when they targeted him by following his aura, the problem was that his current strength was still not strong enough. It was true that imminent divine cultivators could be called experts, but there were also differences in strength. The Tao manipulation realm was only the lowest level. Even for someone as powerful as his master, there were still powerful beings at the level of Swordlord. Those were the true pinnacle of the void. Of course, there was no absolute strength. For example, Sword Master Dongting was a fifth-tier imminent divine cultivator, but he was still dead now. Therefore, he could not use himself as bait for now. As for the inner demon, his master also said that he could not find it. There were two possibilities. Either the inner demon was already dead, or the inner demon hid too deeply and was very difficult to deal with. Even the single-hearted holy man could not find it. If it was the former, it would be a good thing. However, if it was the latter, it would be a big problem. However, the wholehearted holy lady still consoled Chen Zong. After all, it was still uncertain. Not to mention, the Will Heavenly Palace had accumulated a lot of experience in dealing with inner demons. Basically, they could deal with them and eliminate them. After that, the wholehearted Tao Sovereign sent Chen Zong away, allowing Chen Zong to roam freely. As for the wholehearted Tao Sovereign, he brought the sealed soul of the evil god race away and searched for the sovereigns of the Will Heavenly Palace for research. He wanted to see if the soul of the evil god race would be a calamity that would threaten the entire void. After leaving Xine Palace, Chen Zong returned to his own palace, preparing to enter Xine Xiang Pavilion to take a look. The Pavilion of Will Perception was the place where the Will Heavenly Palace kept all kinds of arts and technique. To enter the Mind Elephant Pavilion, one had to have a strong enough mind and the correct method, otherwise it would be impossible. In other words, he had to first cultivate the 33-layered heavens technique. Chen Zong's mind seemed to leave his body as he circulated the cultivation art. In that instant, it was as if his mind had left his body, and he was flying up a passageway that he could not touch. The passage was filled with a myriad of colors, filled with dreamy colors. The passage seemed to be infinitely long with no end, but it was also very short. With a single thought, Chen Zong's mind immediately rushed out of the passage and leapt into the void. Starlight flickered, illuminating the surroundings. This was a resplendent starry sky. How majestic, beautiful! Chen Zong's mind actually condensed into a physical form here. This was something that couldn't be done in the outside world. Mind Elephant Pavilion. This was the place where the Will Heavenly Palace kept all kinds of arts and technique. It was extremely unique. Although it was called a pavilion, it wasn't actually that. What Chen Zong saw was like a starry sky. Of course, it was said that different people would see different things when they entered the Mind Elephant Pavilion. Some people might really see a building after entering, some might see a palace, some might see a mountain, and so on. It was completely different. There were also similar things. Specks of starlight flickered endlessly, each of them a different color, each representing a different art or technique. There were tens of thousands of cultivation arts and techniques that the Will Heavenly Palace had gathered from the outside world or created by the experts of the Will Heavenly Palace themselves. Eventually, they would be stored here to strengthen the foundation of the Will Heavenly Palace, waiting for the juniors to come and pick them out. These arts and techniques didn't include the 33 layers of Will Heavenly Palace, the 4 universal techniques, or the true inheritances of the various palaces. Chen Zong had the memories of the Eastern Court Swordmaster, and there were many sword arts and techniques within. However, the arts and techniques created by the experts of the Will Heavenly Palace might be different. Selection. Sword arts and technique. As soon as Chen Zong finished speaking, most of the twinkling starlight in the surroundings instantly dimmed, but a small number of them brightened. Created by the experts of the Will Heavenly Palace. Chen Zong's second sentence fell. Another portion of the starlight dimmed, while the rest grew brighter. With a glance, Chen Zong saw that there were several thousand of them. This wasn't even a tenth of the total starlight. How shocking! The Mind Elephant Pavilion of the Will Heavenly Palace was different from many other factions. There was no requirement for contribution points, but there was a requirement for the level of the disciple. Only by becoming a core disciple would one be able to enter the Heart Elephant Pavilion and choose any innate techniques and cultivation arts to cultivate. In other words, as long as one was able to endure it, one could even choose 100 or 1,000 innate technique. Of course, no one would do that. Instead, they would choose a few arts and techniques that were most suitable for them. However, there were a few who would choose more and cultivate, grasping the essence of the arts and using it as a foundation to create the most suitable art for themselves. This would allow them to unleash their strengths to the fullest. For example, third senior sister Yu Wuxia, who called herself Sister Canon, had created her own martial arts divine ability after continuously cultivating dozens of divine abilities and martial arts. Her violence was unparalleled. Chen Zong glanced at the starlight and pointed at it. In an instant, the starlight shone brightly. Chen Zong felt as if his mind was scattered and immersed in it. He began to grasp the mysteries of the sword arts and technique. It was as if he was possessed, learning the creator, name, principles, and secrets of the sword arts. Then, he began to practice. Through this, he could determine whether the art was suitable for him in the shortest time possible. Chen Zong's perception was amazing, and he had a solid foundation in sword arts. Therefore, he understood the essence of the sword arts in an extremely short amount of time. Of course, this didn't mean that Chen Zong had grasped the sword arts so easily. He had only scratched the surface. Thus, he could confirm whether he wanted the sword arts or not. After retreating, Chen Zong pointed at another ball of starlight and repeated the same experience. It was a very strange feeling. Chen Zong was amazed. The brilliance and mystery of the heavenly palace of will was beyond imagination and expectations. It was just a joint infusion of the mind. After some practice, one could grasp the surface of the art in an extremely short amount of time and determine whether it was suitable for oneself. Having experienced so much, Chen Zong knew even more how difficult it was to do so. Of course, this method couldn't be popularized. There were too many mysteries involved. First of all, one had to have a place like the Pavilion of Will, and secondly, one had to know the various secret arts of the Heavenly Palace of Will. Moreover, accepting the art in this way would consume the power of the mind. It could be said that the limit of choosing an art after entering the Pavilion of Will was the strength of one's mind. The stronger one's mind, the longer one could last, and vice versa. Among the true disciples of the Tao manipulation realm, Chen Zong's mind was very strong. Therefore, he could last for a longer time. 1, 2, 3. Chen Zong ceaselessly observed. Unlike others, Chen Zong's path was to integrate the profundities of a myriad of sword techniques into his own body, and with this as his foundation, he created and perfected his own sword technique and sword Tao. Therefore, any sword art, divine ability, or even martial art would be useful to him. If not for his lack of ability, Chen Zong wanted to master all the sword skills and martial arts skills here. Even if he could only grasp the surface, it would be enough. It would become a kind of accumulation for him, and become his foundation. After observing 20 sword arts, Chen Zong's mind was almost completely drained. He couldn't maintain it and left the Pavilion of Will. However, after recovering, Chen Zong entered again. There was no limit to the number of times a true disciple could enter anyway. The second time, Chen Zong used the Heart Sutra on a whim and found that it was indeed feasible. Under the 3 intents of one heart, Chen Zong came into contact with the 3 points of starlight at the same time, observing and comprehending the 3 sword arts. Although the consumption of his mental force increased, the efficiency also increased. And to a certain extent, he was also cultivating the One Heart Sutra. At this moment, Chen Zong turned into a dry sponge, constantly absorbing water to enrich himself. Such memories were very rare. He could grasp the surface of sword arts in a short time and was close to the beginner level. If he were to comprehend it during normal times, the time would be at least 10 times, saving a lot. Every day, Chen Zong would comprehend hundreds of sword arts and grasp the basic. As time passed, the benefits gradually became apparent. The Heart Sutra's application of the Heart Sutra became more natural and smooth, and he became more and more familiar with it. Gradually, he approached the Heart Sutra. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Chunzong also grasped hundreds of sword arts and technique. Among them, there were high and low levels, which greatly strengthened the foundation of his sword Dao. Chunzong's mind flashed with inspiration from time to time, and he vaguely understood more of the mysteries of innumerable swords. Comprehending other people's sword arts and techniques was also a collision of understanding and wisdom. Chunzong quietly stayed in his palace, entering the pavilion of will with his mind time and time again. While comprehending sword arts and techniques, the heavenly palace of will was in chaos because of Yu Wuxia's return. Chapter 2134. Time flew by. It was hard to remember the passage of time while cultivating. Chunzong forgot everything and was completely immersed in the mind image tower. He ignored everything outside and focused on the mystique sword technique. This was the true portrayal of Chunzong now. A month later, Chunzong's mind was filled with more than 3,000 sword Dao mystique. At first, it was 100 a day, but after half a month, it increased because the strength of his mind increased. As for now, Chunzong only felt dizzy. It was as if a huge rock was stuffed into his head. It was very congested and his head felt like it was about to split open. Chunzong knew that this was because he had absorbed too much information in a short period of time. More than 3,000 sword Dao mystiques were stuffed into his mind every day. If he did not fully comprehend and digest them, this would naturally happen. Therefore, Chunzong stopped and did not enter the mind image tower. What he needed to do now was to adapt and get rid of this state. Otherwise, it would affect him greatly. Although it brought about this unpleasant feeling, Chunzong gained a lot in this month. He gained more than 3,000 sword Dao mystique. In addition, because of the continuous use of the Heart Sutra, the Heart Sutra also increased to the Heart Four Wills level. In other words, Chunzong could split his heart into 4 wills in an instant. It was as if 4 Chunzongs were using the heart and mind state at the same time. Finally, it was the harvest of the power of the mind. Although the power of the mind did not increase, its strength increased. It was as if it had been purified and could withstand the consumption more. For 3 consecutive days, Chunzong was recovering the power of the mind and digesting the sword Dao mystique. After organizing them properly, he finally got rid of the feeling of his head being congested and returned to normal. There were more than 3,000 sword Dao mystiques, some strong and some weak. Chunzong could feel that in his mind, there seemed to be a flash of inspiration from time to time. It was as if there were sparks of the sword Dao colliding and surging, and inspiration would emerge at any time. However, there was nothing. Chunzong was not in a hurry. Everything was as usual and he let nature take its course. In short, there were only benefits and no disadvantages to accumulating so much. Chunzong was summoned by his master as soon as he finished his closed-door training. Within the One Heart Palace, there were only the One Heart Holy Woman and Chunzong. As for third senior sister Yu Wuxia, she was nowhere to be found. The experts of the Heavenly Palace have studied the souls of the evil god tribe that you brought back. They have discovered that the evil god tribe is not originally from the void. The words of the one-hearted holy man stunned Chunzong. Not a void race. What was the meaning of this? The void isn't unique, just like the world isn't unique. The one-hearted holy man's words were short, but the information he revealed shocked Chunzong. The void he was in wasn't the only one. It was just one of the many. It was simply unimaginable. He felt as if he had opened another door. For now, you don't need to know that much. The wholehearted Tao Lord laughed. The level of the Tao manipulation realm was still insufficient. In any case, the evil god race isn't a race from the void. They came from another void. Their goal should be to invade our void. In view of your performance, I have decided to give you a reward. The one-hearted holy man didn't say too much about the evil god race. He probably felt that Chunzong's current level wasn't high enough. Even if he knew, it wouldn't be of much help. After all, if the evil god race really came from another void and attempted to invade their void, it would be a disaster that would sweep across the void. In the face of such a disaster, the strength of a Yuan underworld or even a divine ability realm cultivator was nothing, let alone a Dao manipulation realm cultivator. His master didn't say much. Although Chen Zong was very curious, he didn't ask too much. He focused his attention on the reward. Chen Zong had a deep understanding of the one-hearted holy man's words. Ever since he recultivated the 33 heavens of the heart and built his heart palace, his already strong mind had been strengthened further. It was much stronger than before, and there were more layers of protection, making it more stable. The power of the mind is an extremely important power in the Will Heavenly Palace. This is because many secret techniques and divine abilities require the power of the mind. The strength of these techniques is closely related to the strength of the mind. The one-hearted holy man smiled. However, strengthening the power of the mind is extremely difficult for any force in the void. It's not easy even for our Will Heavenly Palace. However, our Will Heavenly Palace's Will 33-layered Heaven's Art of Will is a supreme art that can raise one's state of mind. It's one of a kind in the world. Chen Zong had a deep understanding of the one-hearted holy man's words. Ever since he recultivated the 33 heavens of the heart and built his heart palace, his already strong mind had been strengthened further. It was much stronger than before, and there were more layers of protection, making it even more stable. It's hard to find a shortcut when it comes to tempering one's mind. But after countless years of research and improvement, the ancestors of the Will Heavenly Palace have finally found a way to enhance one's mind outside of cultivation arts. Wholehearted Holy Man's voice was filled with respect for the ancestors of the Will Heavenly Palace. The Divine Tower of Refining Heart. For some reason, when the words came out of the one-hearted holy man's mouth, Chen Zong's mind trembled uncontrollably. An indescribable feeling filled him. Entering the divine tower of refining heart can temper the mind and strengthen the strength of the mind, increasing the quantity and strength of the mind. In view of your contributions, you are specially rewarded with 3 chances to enter the divine tower of refining heart. You must make good use of this opportunity to further improve your mind. The one-hearted holy man smiled. I remember that you haven't tested the strength of your mind after becoming a disciple of the Heavenly Palace. You can test it before entering the Divine Tower of Refining Heart. It's good to know how you've improved. Yes, Master. Chen Zong replied seriously. That was indeed the case. When he became a disciple of the One-Hearted Palace, he couldn't wait to leave and return to the Lingwu Holy World. As such, he didn't come into contact with much of the Will Heavenly Palace. For example, he only entered the Tower of Refining Heart upon his return. As for the Divine Tower of Refining Heart, he had never entered it before. Of course, the Divine Tower of Refining Heart was different from the Tower of Refining Heart. As a disciple of the Tower of Refining Heart, he had the right to enter as he wished. He could comprehend as many abhijnas as he wanted. It all depended on his own ability. For example, Chen Zong obtained more than 3,000 sword Dao abhijnas in a month's time. It was extremely shocking. However, the use of the Divine Tower of Refining Heart would exhaust some special energy. It was extremely precious. As such, it was difficult to enter without making any contributions. Most of the time, one had to submit an application and complete the assigned task before they were qualified to enter. Chen Zong was given 3 chances at one go. If word got out, he would be the envy of many. In the central void, there are more than 10 sword Dao sovereigns. There are 3 sword Dao sovereigns. The one-hearted holy man spoke again. Chen Zong's attention was diverted, and he continued to listen. Not long after, the Void Sword Master will hold a forum to discuss the sword. Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. A sword master holding a forum to discuss the sword. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity. Chernzong could not suppress his excitement as he listened to his master's narration. There were 3 sword Dao sovereigns in the central void. The Void Sword Master was one of them. He was also the only sword master that was an independent cultivator. He was extremely ancient. As he was an independent cultivator, he cultivated continuously until he reached the sovereign realm. Hence, his experiences were extremely rich. Perhaps it was because of the difficulties of being an independent cultivator, or perhaps it was because of his personality. The Void Sword Master would hold a forum to discuss the sword every few hundred or thousand years. He would never stop. Every time the Void Sword Master held a forum to discuss the sword, it would attract countless sword cultivators. Everyone wanted to listen to the Sword Master's discussion as it was extremely beneficial. However, it wasn't possible to listen to the Sword Master's discussion. There was a limit to the size of the sword altar. The closer one was to the Void Sword Master, the better the effect of listening to the Sword Master's discussion. Competition was unavoidable. First, one had to fight for the right to listen to the Sword Master's discussion. The closer one was to the center, the better. It could be said that in every competition, less than 1 in 10,000 people would be able to enter the sword altar. Dao couldn't be imparted easily. If it was too easy, it wouldn't be appreciated. Therefore, there were a total of 4 best seats. It was similar to the treatment of the Void Sword Master's personal disciple. Chernzong's second reward was one of the 4 best seats in the sword altar. Chernzong couldn't help but feel excited. To be able to listen to an ancient sword master discuss the sword in the best seat was an opportunity that was hard to come by. Furthermore, there was no need to fight for anything. Many complicated steps could be skipped. Such treatment had never happened before. When there was an opportunity, one had to fight for it and defeat many opponents to obtain a spot in the end. Chernzong wasn't very confident that he would be able to obtain one of the 4 best seats. The void was so vast and there were so many sword cultivators. Although he wasn't bad, he was like a speck of dust among them. Therefore, Chernzong was naturally very satisfied with the second reward from the Heavenly Intention Palace. Although Chernzong had many memories of the Sword Master of Dongting, memories were still memories. It was different from listening to a sword master discuss the sword. Memories could enrich oneself. Listening to a sword master discuss the sword could ignite sparks of inspiration. Moreover, the Void Sword Master was a sword master that was even more ancient than the Sword Master of Dongting. Disciple, how far have you cultivated the 33 heavens of will and the Heart Sutra? Heart Intent Holy Master was concerned about Chernzong's cultivation. Master, I have already completed 5 heart palaces. However, the difficulty of the 6th heart palace is too great. As for the Heart Sutra, I have cultivated it to the Heart 4 Wills level. Chernzong answered honestly. Heart Intent Holy Master's mouth twitched again. Third Revolution of the Tao Manipulation Realm. Chapter 2135. The Extreme Void Sword Masters Sword Conference would be held 3 years later. It would be held in the Central Void, not too far from the Black and White World. Hence, Chernzong did not need to move now. In short, Chernzong had already obtained one of the slots. With the Heavenly Intention Palace's help, it was almost certain. As for now, he had to stay in the Heavenly Intention Palace and cultivate properly to improve himself. Chernzong had already been to the Pavilion of Mental Perception and had benefited greatly from it. He could go again in the future. He had not gone to the Tower of Refining Heart yet, but it sounded like the results were not bad. Besides, there was the Truth Slayer Tower and so on. Hence, what he had to do now was to listen to his master and test the level and strength of his mental state. The power of the mind was a general term, but it could be divided into 2 aspects: the quantity and the degree of purity, also known as the level and strength. In most cases, the level and strength of the mind were fixed. that was also known as the level and strength of the origin mind. As one's cultivation level increased, the level and strength of the mind would continue to increase. The rate of increase was closely related to the level and strength of the origin mind. The level and strength of the origin mind were innate. Although one's experiences would affect it, the increase was minimal. Only some special experiences could increase the level and strength of the origin mind. Of course, the level and strength of the origin mind would only be known after a series of tests. Chunzong planned to test the level of his mind now. Coincidentally, he met his third senior sister, Yu Wuxia. "Let's go. I'll take you there." Yu Wuxia patted Chunzong's shoulder like a big sister. She did not wait for Chunzong's agreement and directly led the way. The place to test one's mind was called the Heavenly Heart Hall. The Heavenly Heart Hall was divided into 4 halls, each with a huge pillar called the Heavenly Heart Pillar. Not far from the pillars, there was a Heavenly Heart Steel. The Heavenly Heart Pillar was used to test one's mind. The Heavenly Heart Steel was used to record the level and strength of the mind of the Heavenly Intention Palace cultivators. Of course, it did not record all of them. It only recorded the top 500. Yu Wuxia had already done the test and was familiar with the route. She brought Chunzong straight to the first Tianxin Hall. That was the Tianxin Hall used to test the level of the origin mind. There were a few people in the hall. As soon as they saw Chunzong and his companion enter, their gazes swept over them. The Will Heavenly Palace didn't have many disciples compared to the other great powers, but they still had a few thousand disciples. Of course, those below the level of true disciples were excluded. To many forces, only those who had reached the level of true disciples were qualified to represent the honor of that force. Chunzong was an unfamiliar face. He should be a new true disciple. This was not a big deal. However, when those people saw Yu Wuxia, their expressions changed greatly. Who in the Heavenly Will Palace didn't know of Sister Canon's name? The expressions of those people changed, and they began to turn around, intending to leave. "Don't be afraid, don't be nervous. I'm not here for you. Today, I'm here to take my junior brother for the test." Yu Wuxia waved her hand with a smile. Chunzong saw this scene, and Chunzong was speechless. Despite Yu Wuxia's words, Chunzong could still see the hesitation on those people's faces. They seemed to be on guard. However, their gazes fell on him, and they seemed to be curious. They did not leave. Chunzong walked towards the Heavenly Heart Pillar. It looked like a huge bamboo pole that was 10 meters tall. It was divided into 10 sections, with each section being 1 meter. The Will Heavenly Palace had specifically divided the level and strength of the origin mind into 10 levels. "Junior brother, go ahead and test." Yu Wuxia smiled. She was also curious about the level of her junior brother's origin mind. Based on the fact that he had already forged 5 palaces at the 3rd revolution of the Tao controlling realm, it shouldn't be low. The standard origin mind of an ordinary cultivator was level 1, while the standard origin mind of a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace was level 2. From this point alone, one could see the difference. Of course, the level of one's mind wasn't necessarily related to one's strength. However, it was very important to the Will Heavenly Palace. It was an indispensable aspect. Basically, every core disciple of the Will Sky Palace would be tested at least at level 2. If it was a Yuan underworld cultivator of the Will Sky Palace, the standard test would be level 3. This was because the increase in cultivation level would enhance the origin of one's mind to a certain extent. The advancement of a realm below the Ascension realm had very little impact on the origin mind. However, the Ascension realm was different. Ascension realm was where one came into contact with the mysteries of the Great Tao. Therefore, the breakthrough was more difficult, but the improvement after the breakthrough was comprehensive. If one were to break through to the Divinity realm, their core would be raised to the 4th level. Of course, this was for the Heavenly Palace of Will. Cultivators outside of the Heavenly Palace of Will, unless they were born with a strong core or had some fortuitous encounter that raised their core, would be one level lower. In other words, the standard origin mind of a Tao sovereign in the Will Heavenly Palace was level 5, while a sovereign was level 6. Of course, the standard was only the bottom line. Some could exceed it. For example, a Tao controlling realm cultivator wouldn't be level 2, but level 3 or even level 4. Chen Zong looked at the heavenly heart steel. There were 500 spots on the steel and they were separated. This meant that there were 100 spots for the Tao controlling realm, 100 for the Yuan underworld realm, 100 for the Ascension realm, and so on. Tao sovereigns and sovereigns also had 100 spots. However, the 100 spots for sovereigns weren't full. There were only a little over 20, not even 30. This meant that the Will Heavenly Palace had only given birth to a little over 20 sovereigns since its establishment. As for the Tao sovereign level, it was full. Chen Zong saw his master's name, Wholehearted Tao Sovereign, in 3rd place. This meant that his master's origin mind was ranked 3rd among all the Tao sovereigns in the Will Heavenly Palace. How shocking! Looking at his name, Chen Zong saw that Wholehearted Tao Sovereign's origin mind was level 7. The Tao Sovereigns of the Will Heavenly Palace were level 5, 2 levels higher than the standard. As for the second Tao Sovereign, it was also level 7, while the first Tao Sovereign was level 8. Chen Zong then looked at the Mystique ranking. That's eldest senior brother. Yu Wuxia pointed at a name on the Divine Ability ranking board. Chen Zong glanced over and saw that the name was ranked 2nd on the Divine Ability ranking board. Chen Zong was shocked. Luo Beichuan. That was his eldest senior brother's name. The 2nd on the Mystique ranking was the 2nd in the history of the Will Heavenly Palace. It was shocking to say that his origin mind was level 6. If the 3rd was also level 6, then the 1st was level 6 as well. It was likely that there were still differences among those of the same level. After advancing to a major realm, one's name would automatically disappear from the Mystique ranking. One would have to take the test again to enter a new Mystique ranking. No wonder Yu Wuxia called his eldest senior brother a freak. It was indeed shocking. Eldest senior brother is still the strongest person on the Mystique ranking in the Will Heavenly Palace, Yu Wuxia said. Chen Zong couldn't help but be more curious about his eldest senior brother. He wondered what kind of person he was. Chen Zong then looked at the Origin Underworld ranking. His 3rd senior sister, Yu Wuxia, was also on the list, but her ranking wasn't very high. She was only 25th, and her origin mind was level 4, 1 level higher than the standard. The highest level in the Origin Underworld realm was level 5, 2 levels higher than the standard. Finally, it was the Tao Manipulation realm ranking. The highest level was level 4, 2 levels higher than the standard. Chen Zong didn't know if he would be able to rank on the Mystique ranking after the test, because he found that the ranks on the Mystique ranking were all above the standard by at least 1 level. Come to think of it, it should be possible. The strength of his mind shouldn't be low. Curious, Chen Zong began the test. To test his mind, he naturally had to release his mind power into the Sky Heart Pillar. For the disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace, this was very simple. The mind power was invisible and colorless. The moment it came into contact with the Sky Heart Pillar, it was immediately absorbed. In an instant, Chen Zong only felt darkness before his eyes. Then, the darkness lit up with a little light and exploded instantly. It was as if chaos had exploded. Countless rays of light flew out from the center, densely packed. They were like thousands of starlight, but also like countless sword lights. At that moment, Chen Zong actually felt like he was seeing the reverse of the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Chen Zong didn't know what kind of theory the mind test was. He didn't understand it at all. When his mind entered the Sky Heart Pillar, it was as if he had lost control. He could feel it, but he couldn't control it. Everything was passive. It was like having a strange dream, or going on a strange journey. The scenery of the dream or the journey was unique. Here, he couldn't feel the passage of time at all. Chenzong didn't know how much time had passed. Was it a few years, a few decades, or just a few breaths? But in fact, it wasn't as short as a few breaths, nor was it as long as a few years. In about a few dozen breaths, the sky heart pillar began to light up from the lowest section. The light seemed to be transparent, but also seemed to have a pure silver color. It quickly lit up and kept going up. Each section of the sky heart pillar represented a level. The first section lit up in an instant. The second section lit up in an instant. The third section lit up in an instant. Chenzong's current cultivation was at the path manipulation realm. The standard level should be the second level. But now, the sky heart pillar had lit up to the third section. Then, the light quickly spread to the fourth section, 2 levels above the standard. Not bad, not bad. As expected of my little brother. Yu Wuxia immediately laughed. The other people who wanted to leave but didn't stay were all shocked. The Will Heavenly Palace had another monster. From the looks of it, he should be able to be ranked in the top 10 of the Path Manipulation Realm list. However, the scene that happened in the next breath caused Yu Wuxia's laughter to stop. It was as if his neck was being choked, and he could not laugh anymore. As for those people, they all widened their eyes in shock. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their eye sockets, and they looked as if they were about to fall out. This showed the extreme shock in their hearts. Chapter 2136. My shoulder and neck hurt like hell. On the 5th section of the sky's heart pillar, the divine light was climbing up inch by inch, completely attracting the attention of Yu Wuxia and the others. They all widened their eyes, feeling incomparably shocked. According to the standards of the Will Heavenly Palace, the Path Manipulation Realm should be at level 2. However, Chenzong was now 3 levels higher than that, reaching level 5. It was not that the Will Heavenly Palace had never seen such a shocking breakthrough in the history of the Will Heavenly Palace, but it was very rare. There were only 2 people on the entire Skyheart monument. Chenzong was the third. The light continued to rise inch by inch, finally stopping when it came in contact with the 6th section of the Skyheart pillar. It was at a level where the 5th section was just about to reach the 6th. What was this? Level 5? Or level 6? In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on the Skyheart monument. Level 5 or level 6? It would be clear soon. On the Heaven's Heart stele, the 100th name on the list of Tao Manipulation Realm cultivators disappeared. Afterwards, the 99 names all dropped a level, and a new name appeared on the first empty row. Chenzong. Level 5. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not level 6. If it was level 6, it would be the first since the creation of the Will Heavenly Palace, the only one. But then again, even if it was only level 5, it was a complete level 5. It was only a tiny bit away from level 6, an insignificant tiny bit. Just a tiny bit away from level 6. Strictly speaking, it should be the best result since the creation of the Will Heavenly Palace. Chenzong's mind returned and looked at the Skyheart monument. Seeing his name first on the Path Manipulation Realm list, he was slightly stunned. He did not expect his Path Manipulation Realm to be at such a high level. Then, he smiled. Good, good, good. As expected of my sister Cannons Jr. Yu Wuxia was so excited that he waved his palms repeatedly, slapping Chenzong's shoulders. Every slap produced a muffled sound like that of a drum, causing the eyelids of those who were watching to twitch. Their cheeks twitched slightly as they felt their teeth aching. They all knew of Sister Cannon's fierce reputation. She was very violent. Wouldn't his shoulder be broken if he was slapped like that? Chenzong was helpless, but he was used to it. Fortunately, although his third senior sister's slaps were heavy, she did not cultivate the body at the same time. Therefore, Chenzong's world divine body was able to withstand it. Of course, due to the huge gap in cultivation, it was inevitable that he would feel a slight numbness. The excited Yu Wuxia immediately grabbed Chen Zong's arm and practically dragged him out of the Sky Heart Hall to the next one. This was the Sky Heart Hall that tested the strength of one's origin soul. Let's go! Those people didn't hesitate and immediately left, stepping into the Second Heavens Will Palace. Although there was a connection between the level of the origin mind and the strength of the origin mind, it wasn't so direct. It didn't mean that the level of the origin mind would be the same as the strength of the origin mind. Those were two different concepts. It was like how wood and steel had different strengths even if they both weighed 50 kilograms. Of course, the difference between the level and strength of the mind wouldn't be that big, but it was normal to have a difference of one level. Chen Zong wasn't in a hurry when someone was testing. Instead, he looked at the Skyheart Steel. There were 5 levels on the list. The sovereign level list was still full. There were only about 20 names. The Dao Master level list was full. Chen Zong found his master EXIN Dao Master's ranking. He was ranked 4th. As for the third, Chen Zong had an impression of him. He was ranked 6th on the level of the origin mind. As for his senior brother Luo Beichuan, he was still ranked 3rd. His strength was the same as his level. Chen Zong remembered all the names on the first Skyheart Steel. Now that he compared them to the second Skyheart Steel, he realized that other than himself, most of the names were still there. The only difference was that their rankings were higher or lower. There were also a few dozen unfamiliar names. In other words, these people's origin minds were stronger than their levels. Therefore, they weren't listed on the first steel, but were listed on the second steel. Of course, his senior brother, second senior brother, third senior sister, and fourth senior sister were all listed on the first steel. It was the same for the second steel, although the rankings were different. Unfortunately, there was no movement from the Skyheart Steel. It meant that he wasn't on the list. It was inevitable that he was disappointed. Little junior brother, go ahead. Yu Wuxia patted Chen Zong's shoulder again and said loudly. Anyway, when Yu Wuxia entered, everyone retreated to the side, as if they were afraid of being affected. Chen Zong took a step forward and appeared in front of the Skyheart Steel. He condensed and released his mind power again. In an instant, his mind power left his body. The moment it touched the Skyheart Steel, it immediately surged into it. The scene he saw was like a huge explosion in the void, one after another, as if it was endless and endless. The Skyheart Steel also lit up from the first steel. However, this light was an almost transparent golden radiance. It represented the strength of the origin mind. In an instant, the first steel overflowed with a faint golden radiance. It spread to the second steel with lightning speed. In an instant, the second steel was completely lit up and poured into the third steel. Not long after, the faint golden radiance poured into the fourth steel. It had a shocking momentum. Junior brother's mental strength is truly not bad. Yu Wuxia beamed with joy, feeling proud of him. The others also knew Chen Zong's identity. When they heard that he was the 5th true disciple of the Heart Palace, they were all shocked. The Heart Palace was one of the 5 great palaces of the Heart Heavenly Palace. It was the newest branch. The One Heart Tao was a superb cultivation technique that even the oldest ruler of the Heart Heavenly Palace was amazed. It was once judged as the most promising cultivation technique by several rulers. If it could be perfected to the 5th level, it would become the leader of the 5 great palaces of the Heart Heavenly Palace. Many true disciples wanted to enter the Heart Palace, but none of them were able to learn the basics of the One Heart Sutra. Naturally, they didn't have the opportunity. Therefore, in the past thousands of years, the One-Hearted Palace only had 4 true disciples. Unexpectedly, there was now one more. It was really shocking. After all, these people had all tried the introductory chapter of the One Heart Sutra. It was a cultivation technique that was public in the Heart Heavenly Palace. Only those who could master the introductory chapter were qualified to apply to become a member of the Heart Palace. The faint golden radiance passed through the fourth stele and entered the fifth stele. Level 5. Someone suddenly exclaimed. The level of the origin mind had reached the fifth level. Even its strength had reached the fifth level. It was really shocking. It kept climbing, and climbing, attracting everyone's attention. When it reached the peak of the fifth level, it stopped at the sixth level. It was the same situation as in the first Heart Palace. The level of the origin mind and the strength level were the same. Without a doubt, the first name on the path manipulation realm list on the Heart Stele was replaced by Chunzong. First place on both steles. Chunzong was also a little surprised. He didn't expect the level of his origin mind and the strength level to be the same. It felt almost the same. It was a balance. Ha 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 ha, good, very good. Third senior sister Yu Wuxia laughed very heroically. She was just like a wild female devil. Next, he left behind a trail of shock as he headed to the third Heavenly Heart Palace. The third Heart Palace was basically the same as the first two. However, there were differences. The difference was the Heart Stele. The Heart Stele in the third Heart Palace didn't have 10 steles, but 100. This was because it didn't test the level and strength of the origin mind, but the level and strength of the current cultivator's mind. The difference was that the origin spirit was innate. Although it could be improved after birth, it was a passive improvement. On the other hand, the origin spirit was acquired. It was an increase based on the origin spirit. It was a power that could be recovered after consumption. However, once the origin spirit was consumed, it was very difficult to recover. As usual, Chunzong looked at the Heart Stele. There were also 5 steles, corresponding to the 5th level of the immanent spirit realm. His master, the wholehearted Tao Lord, was also on the stele. He was ranked 3rd with a level 76 mind. The eldest senior brother and the others were also on the stele. There wasn't much change in their rankings. There were 100 levels. Levels 1 to 20 belonged to the Tao controlling realm. Levels 21 to 40 belonged to the Yuan underworld realm. Every 20 levels corresponded to a major realm. The Tao controlling realm on the Heart Stele had a level 17 mind. Little junior brother, go and get rid of them. Take the top spot. Yu Wuxia patted Chunzong heroically. No one dared to say anything when they saw that it was Yu Wuxia who had spoken. After all, Yu Wuxia's combat strength was very shocking at the Yuan underworld realm. Furthermore, she was very violent. Even those who were ranked above her weren't willing to fight her. Chunzong couldn't help but smile and walk towards the Heart Stele. The method of testing was the same as before. There was a huge explosion in the void. Countless rays of light rushed out like thousands of swords blooming. The light began to appear on the Heart Stele. Then, it rushed up section by section, drawing everyone's attention. It quickly rushed past the 10th section and rushed into the 11th section. The Tao controlling realm cultivators in the outside world had a level 1 to level 5 mind. The Tao controlling realm of the Will Heavenly Palace had a level 6 to level 10 mind. The 100 people on the stele were all above level 10. Level 15. Level 16. Level 17. It was the same as the current first place. However, the light continued to rise. Level 18. It surpassed the current first place and could be ranked first. Level 18. Chunzong's mind was finally at level 18. Level 20 was the limit, but it was very difficult to reach it. For example, the previous first place had been at level 17, but his cultivation had already reached the peak of the Tao controlling realm. It was very difficult to increase the level of his mind. Level 18 was Chunzong's current level of mind. However, one shouldn't forget that Chunzong's cultivation was only at the 3rd transformation Tao controlling realm. Chapter 2137. It should be scapulohumeral periarthritis. I still have to go to the hospital for a detailed examination. Fifth level of the origin mind. Fifth level of the origin mind. 18th level of the mind. 18th level of the mind. He was ranked first on the Tao manipulation realm list on the 4 heavens heart steals. First on the 4 list. When Chernzong finished the test, the news spread. In an extremely short period of time, it spread throughout the Will Heavenly Palace. Other than those who were cultivating in seclusion or venturing out, everyone else received the news. First on the 4 list. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the 3rd rank of the Tao manipulation realm. Using cultivation as a reference, it was no doubt even more shocking. It meant potential. This kid. In the Will Palace, wholehearted holy man was first stunned when he heard the news. Then, he revealed an indescribable smile. It was very complicated in his heart. Although he had long known that his disciple was extraordinary and had the potential to surpass his eldest disciple, the potential shown after the test was too shocking. He couldn't reach it, and neither could his eldest disciple. It could be said that no one in the entire Will Heavenly Palace had reached it. No, looking at the history of the Will Heavenly Palace, there was only one. Unprecedented in the past. Wholehearted holy man thought of these words. It was enough to describe Chernzong's growth potential. Wholehearted is really lucky this time. A Tao master of the Burning Heart Palace laughed. His tone was full of envy. Why didn't he meet such an outstanding disciple? Not only was the Tao master of the Burning Heart Palace envious, but the Tao masters of the other 3 palaces were also envious. Of course, the sovereigns were only surprised and curious. They weren't that envious. Once one reached the dominator rank, it would be very different from before. However, the sovereigns were still very happy. Such a talented disciple could only be a good thing for the Will Heavenly Palace. Perhaps in the future, the Will Heavenly Palace would have another sovereign. The seniors were very happy about this, but also regretful that it wasn't their own disciple. Many of the true disciples who were also in the Tao manipulation realm were not convinced. Of course, this was a very normal feeling. Some people were impressed, while others were not. It was the same everywhere. Chernzong, who had stirred up a storm, directly entered the Divine Tower of Heart Refining. It wasn't easy to enter the Refining Heart Divine building. Normally, one had to apply first and then draw a mission. Only after completing the mission could one enter. However, Chernzong was rewarded with 3 chances this time. Now it was the first time. Just like entering the Mind Elephant Tower, one had to enter the Mind Tempering Divine Tower in a state of mind. Condensing his consciousness into a physical body, he passed through the colorful passageway and appeared in front of a small building. The light was dim, like a small building under the dusk. Standing alone in the dusk, there was a kind of loneliness and coldness that was isolated from the world. The small building was the building of heart tempering. It stood in front of him. Chernzong had a strange feeling. It was as if the building didn't exist. It was as if it existed between reality and illusion. The door of the small building was tightly shut. Chernzong took a step forward and placed his hands on the door. He felt as if he had been electrocuted. Immediately, his palms spread to his entire body, and he quivered unconsciously. Now that he was in the state of mind, the feeling was very obvious. Exerting force, Chernzong pushed the door open with a creaking sound. At the same time, a strange wind blew out. When it blew past Chernzong's body of mind, Chernzong trembled unconsciously. It was as if he had goosebumps all over his body. This feeling was even clearer and more direct than his body. Behind the door, there was darkness. He couldn't see anything, but it seemed to contain great danger. At first glance, Chernzong felt his hair stand on end. Focus! Chernzong stepped in. His body of mind suddenly disappeared into the small building, as if it had been swallowed. Darkness, absolute darkness. Chernzong couldn't see anything. He couldn't feel anything. He couldn't hear anything. It was as if everything had been sealed. He could only keep moving forward. It was as if it was a road without an end. Without an end, it meant that he didn't know his destination. It meant that he didn't have a goal. To anyone, it was terrifying. Because without a goal, it meant that he was lost. Being lost was enough to destroy a person's mind and make him at a loss. It might be fine for ordinary people, but for cultivators it was fatal. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more afraid he was of hesitation and confusion. It would affect his state and even his foundation. He couldn't see, hear, smell, or feel anything. It was absolute darkness. This was another kind of torture and destruction, especially when one's mind was directly condensed into a physical body and entered such a place. Loneliness, confusion, darkness, and isolation. This was a desperate situation. It was also a method that the ancestors of the Will Heavenly Palace finally decided on after countless attempts. This method was used to train the mind and improve it. If one couldn't take it anymore, the building would activate a protective mechanism to send one's mind out. It wouldn't hurt one's mind. First, place one's mind in a hopeless situation and send it out when it could no longer withstand it. It sounded simple, but it was very difficult to do. Moreover, during the process there would be a mysterious power constantly spreading, ensuring that one's mind would not directly collapse. Moreover, as one trained, it would become stronger bit by bit. Chunzong's mind was quite amazing. Being the first on the 4 lists, he naturally didn't have any obstacles in the beginning. But as he kept moving forward, it gradually began to fluctuate. There was a feeling of instability. Little by little, it interfered with Chunzong's mind, as if it was going to break down. Chunzong didn't know how far he had walked or how long, but a bigger challenge appeared. It turned out that inside the building wasn't just walking in the darkness. That was only the first stage of training. Chunzong had already passed the first stage and officially stepped into the second stage. The first stage of training didn't have a good effect on Chunzong. It was almost negligible because Chunzong's mind was very strong. The second stage was still darkness. But other than the darkness and the isolation of the 5 senses, there was something else, and that was an attack. An invisible wind blade blended into the darkness and slashed from the front. It directly fell on Chunzong's mind and spirit body, cutting a hole in Chunzong's mind and spirit body. A sharp pain directly stimulated him. This feeling was more than 10 times clearer and stronger than when one's body was injured. The sharp pain of being torn apart made Chunzong tremble all over. But he didn't break down. Instead, he endured it and continued moving forward. Traces of invisible force permeated and repaired the wound, making it as good as new. Chunzong couldn't sense the attack at all, so he couldn't dodge it. He could only endure it. Desperate situations were one of the ways to train and stimulate one's potential. Pain was also one of the ways. Moving forward, attacking, repairing, this process was repeated continuously. Gradually, Chunzong felt that the attack had changed. It was no longer a cutting blade, but a burning flame. It ignited from the bottom of his feet and directly burned on his mind and spirit body. It kept burning, as if his mind and spirit body were burning dry wood. Compared to the previous wind blade attack, this kind of burning was even more painful. Because the wind blade attack was intermittent, but the burning was continuous and wouldn't stop until he was burned to ashes. Even though Chunzong's mind was strong, he couldn't bear it. Under the burning, his mind was burned bit by bit, and his recovery speed couldn't keep up. When Chunzong felt that his mind and spirit were being burned by the burning fire, his consciousness directly fell into darkness. He couldn't feel anything. He lost his senses and sank into an abyss. When he woke up, Chunzong found that his mind and spirit had returned to his body. He suddenly felt a strong sense of emptiness, which was a sign that his mind and spirit power had been overused. Recovery. Originally, Chernzong's mind and spirit recovery speed was very fast. After using his mind and spirit power intensively for a month in the pavilion of mental perception, his recovery speed was further enhanced. After a while, the feeling of emptiness gradually faded and was replaced by a feeling of fullness. When his mind and spirit power were fully recovered, it filled his whole body. He felt as if he had eaten his fill. After carefully feeling it, Chernzong could feel that his mind and spirit power had indeed been strengthened. He couldn't feel if his mind and spirit origin had been strengthened, but his mind and spirit had indeed been strengthened. As for how much, Chernzong wasn't very clear, but he felt that it shouldn't be at the first level. He tried to cultivate the 33 layers of mind and forge the sixth heart palace. He found that the difficulty had decreased a little. Very good. Chernzong couldn't help but reveal a smile. He continued to cultivate. On the second day, Chernzong entered the building of mental perception again to undergo the second tempering. Even if he had the experience of entering the building once, it wouldn't be of much help to him the second time because he couldn't see, hear, or sense it in advance. Therefore, when he entered the third tempering stage and endured the burning flames, Chernzong's mind and spirit body collapsed again. However, Chernzong felt that compared to the first time, he had improved a little more. After his mind and spirit returned to his body and recovered, his upper limit had increased a little. After another day, Chernzong entered the building of mental perception again. As for saving it for the future, there was no need for that. The building of mental perception wouldn't change because of your cultivation base or realm. It was definitely a tempering of the mind and spirit. Moreover, the stronger the mind and spirit, the worse the tempering effect would be because it was harder to improve. Using up the third chance meant that Chernzong couldn't enter the building of mental perception again. If he wanted to enter again, he would have to complete the corresponding mission. After 3 tempering sessions in the building of mental perception, Chernzong felt that his mind and spirit had improved quite a bit. Naturally, Chernzong went straight to the Tianxin Palace to take the test. His origin mind didn't improve and was still at level 5. However, the level and strength of his mind had increased, from level 18 to 19. This meant that when his cultivation base reached the peak of the path manipulation realm, the level and strength of his mind and spirit could reach the upper limit of level 20 without any problem. Such a small increase in cultivation base didn't have much effect on the mind and spirit. Only a breakthrough in a major realm would have an obvious effect on the mind and spirit. The increase brought by the building of mental perception 3 times was very obvious. When Chernzong forged the sixth heart palace again, his speed had obviously increased by several times and it was easier. At this speed, Chernzong was confident that he could forge the sixth heart palace to completion within a month, which would save him at least several years. Chapter 2138. Junior brother, come out quickly. Outside Chernzong's palace, Yuwuxia shouted loudly. Her voice was shockingly penetrating. What's the matter, third senior sister? Chernzong walked out of the palace. Call me Big Sister Cannon. Yuwuxia frowned and corrected him immediately. I've asked Master and he said that I should address you as third senior sister. Chernzong immediately found a reason. After all, Yuwuxia wouldn't ask. Even if she did, Chernzong wasn't afraid. Furthermore, he was certain that his master would support his idea. Chernzong felt that being called Big Sister Cannon was too shameful. Others could call her that if they wanted, but he didn't intend to call her that anymore. Yuwuxia raised her eyebrows when she saw Chernzong using her master as his backing. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a dangerous light. She couldn't help but raise her fist. If it weren't for the fact that you are my junior brother, I would have taught you a lesson with one punch. Chernzong's expression didn't change, but he was actually very nervous. This senior sister was very violent. Come, follow me to the Star Battle Pagoda. Yu Wuxia lowered her fist and extended her hand. Her 5 fingers were like a heavenly prison. Her trajectory made Chen Zong feel that he couldn't avoid it no matter what he did. Since he couldn't avoid it, and the other party was his senior sister and had no ill intentions, Chen Zong simply didn't dodge. He allowed Yu Wuxia to grab his arm. In an instant, he turned into a streak of light and flew out. Yu Wuxia was a Yuan underworld powerhouse, so her speed was still very shocking. She was like a streak of fire that was incomparably swift. Chen Zong experienced what extreme speed was. Although this speed couldn't be compared to the evasive spaceship, he had been protected inside the evasive spaceship, so it hadn't been obvious. Now that there was no corresponding protection, the feeling was very clear. It didn't take long for Chen Zong to arrive at the Will Sky Palace's Star Battle Pagoda. The Battle Star Pagoda was a gigantic pagoda that stood in the sky. It was so tall that one could not see the end of it. The entire battle tower was integrated as if it had been cast directly. It was unusually majestic, exuding traces of cold, iron-blooded aura. When Chen Zong saw it, his heart couldn't help but tremble, and the feeling of iron-blooded killing filled his heart. The Sky Heart Hall tested one's mind, while the Star Battle Pagoda tested one's battle prowess. The strength of one's psyche was closely related to every aspect of the Heavenly Will Palace. The stronger the psyche, the greater the benefit. However, that didn't mean that one's combat prowess was high. Battle prowess was a combination of cultivation arts, divine abilities, techniques, experience, battle talent, and so on. It was even more complicated. To put it simply, to the disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace, their state of mind was a type of talent, a method to cultivate the Tao. As for combat prowess, it was a method to protect the Tao. Only by cultivating and protecting the Tao would one be able to reach the other shore of the Tao. That was because the path of seeking the Tao had never been peaceful. Instead, it was filled with thorns and all sorts of dangers. If one did not possess sufficient protective measures, or in other words, powerful battle prowess, it was very easy to die if one encountered any danger. Even if one was lucky enough to get through it, there was no guarantee that it would be the same every time. In the void where danger lurked everywhere, combat prowess was of the utmost importance. As the number 1 faction in the void, the Will Heavenly Palace didn't just value the cultivation talent of its disciples. The Battle Star Pagoda was a place for the Will Heavenly Palace's cultivators to test their combat prowess. Like the Battle Star Pagoda, the Will Heavenly Palace had a structure that tested one's combat prowess, as well as the other star field level factions. The 5 tiers of the immanent spirit realm are categorized according to the Qi and body refinement Tao. However, according to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the more detailed categorization is based on combat prowess of 12 stars. Yu Wuxia explained to Chen Zong. Her eyes were fixed on the Battle Star Pagoda, and she seemed to be affected by its aura. Her usual carefree tone was gone, replaced by solemnity and a trace of iron-blooded battle intent. Combat prowess of 12 stars, Chen Zong murmured. This categorization of combat prowess was a little familiar. Some worlds in the void also use a similar categorization, Yu Wuxia said. Little junior brother, you're in the Tao manipulation realm. Using the Tao manipulation realm as an example, the combat prowess of 1 star corresponds to the first transition of the Tao manipulation realm. However, it's not the ordinary first tier of the Tao manipulation realm. It's the peak of the first tier of the Tao manipulation realm, who has cultivated the arts and supernatural powers to a certain level, as well as rich combat experience and life and death experience. Yu Wuxia's explanation wasn't very clear, but it was very direct. Chen Zong immediately understood what she was trying to say. Such a combat prowess of 1 star was several times stronger than the standard peak of the first transition of the Tao manipulation realm. In other words, One with at least 1 star of combat prowess could resist an ordinary second transition of the Tao manipulation realm and not be defeated. In other words, the standard of combat prowess of 1 star was also the standard of combat prowess of a genius. Chen Zong couldn't help but think of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court that sent out the 9 heavenly rings. What was its origin? Perhaps he could take on missions and earn 9 Heavens points to raise the level of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's disciples, but that was a matter for the future. Chen Zong thought of something now. Since the combat prowess of the Tao manipulation realm was divided into 12 stars, but there were only 9 transitions of the Tao manipulation realm, it only corresponded to the level of 9 stars. The standard of a 9-star combat prowess should be several times stronger than an ordinary 9th transition of the Tao manipulation realm. What about the final 3-star combat prowess? Chen Zong asked his doubts. The final 3-star combat prowess is collectively known as the Supreme Combat Prowess. Yu Wuxia smiled and said, 10-star combat prowess is known as the Low Supreme Combat Prowess, 11-star combat prowess is known as the High Supreme Combat Prowess, and 12-star combat prowess is known as the Supreme Combat Prowess. Junior brother, go ahead. Back then, eldest senior brother entered the Star Battle Tablet when he was at the 7th transition of the Tao manipulation realm and was listed as a 10-star Low Supreme Combat Prowess. Second senior brother only entered the Star Battle Tablet when he was at the 8th transition of the Tao manipulation realm and was listed as a 10-star Low Supreme Combat Prowess. Yu Wuxia's gaze swept across and landed on a 100-meter-tall stone tablet beside the Star Battle Pagoda that towered into the clouds. Compared to the Star Battle Pagoda, the 100-meter-tall stone tablet seemed very small and was easily overlooked. That was the Star Battle Tablet. There was no limit to how many people could enter the Star Battle Tablet, but only those with supreme combat prowess were qualified to be listed. Of course, for a top sect like the Will Heavenly Palace, it wasn't that easy to reach the supreme combat prowess, but it wasn't particularly difficult either. For example, if one cultivated to the peak of the 9th transition of the Tao manipulation realm normally, there was a certain chance of reaching the low supreme combat prowess. However, it was extremely difficult to reach the high supreme combat prowess. As for reaching the supreme combat prowess, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. What about 3rd senior sister and 4th senior sister? Chen Zong couldn't help but ask when he heard Yu Wuxia mention the achievements of the eldest and 2nd senior brother. Your sister and 2nd senior brother are the same. As for 4th senior sister, she only had the combat prowess of the low supreme realm when she was at the 9th transition of the Tao manipulation realm, Yu Wuxia answered. This wasn't a secret. In other words, among the 4 true disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace, eldest senior brother was the strongest, 2nd senior brother was similar to 3rd senior sister, and 4th senior sister was the weakest. Junior brother, with your current cultivation, it's impossible for you to enter the Star Battle Tablet, but you can try first and personally experience the power of the star-level combat prowess and familiarize yourself with the techniques of the demon barbarian warriors. This will be beneficial for you when you go to the northern battlefront in the future. Yu Wuxia said something that puzzled Chen Zong. Demon barbarian warriors. The northern battlefront. That's right, the demon barbarian warriors. Those uncivilized barbarians coveted our void and attempted to invade. They were stopped in the northernmost area by the elites led by the Eternal Battle Fort. Killing the barbarians is the responsibility of us void cultivators, and it's also an important rule for us disciples. When you have the combat prowess of the Supreme Realm, you will go to the northern battlefront and kill the demon barbarians. Yu Wuxia's expression was solemn, and a deep murderous intent lingered in her eyes. For some reason, Chen Zong's emotions were surging. There seemed to be a trace of battle intent growing in his heart, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Everything will wait until you have the combat prowess of the Supreme Realm. Go. Yu Wuxia didn't seem to be as hot-tempered as usual. Instead, she was somewhat calm. Nodding, Chunzong also stepped out and walked toward the Star Battle Tower. Chunzong wasn't the only one who came to test his combat prowess. There were more than a dozen others. When they saw Chunzong, they were all startled and pondered for a moment. Then, they came to a realization. It's him. The fifth disciple of the Heart Palace? That's the one who's ranked first on the 4 rankings with a 5th grade mental state and 18th grade mental state. You're wrong. His mental state and mental state have both reached 19th grade. These people were naturally 1 in a million to be able to become disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace. Their talents and mental states were rather outstanding in all aspects. Although they couldn't be considered peerless geniuses, they weren't people that ordinary cultivators could compare to. However, Chunzong's performance was so outstanding that it gave them an indescribable feeling. They were all from the same generation, and they were all direct disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace. They also cultivated the same cultivation technique, so why was he so outstanding? It was simply embarrassing to compare oneself to others. Under the shocked gazes and words of the Will Heavenly Palace's direct disciples, Chunzong walked toward the Star Battle Tower. The Star Battle Tower was seamless without any gaps, let alone a door. However, the moment Chunzong came into contact with the tower, there was a flash of light, and Chunzong disappeared. Everyone knew that this person had entered the Star Battle Tower. This person's cultivation is now at the 3rd grade of the Tao Manipulation Realm. I wonder what grade he'll be able to enter the Star Battle Tablet. Since the topic was brought to Chunzong, they naturally discussed it. They didn't think that Chunzong wouldn't be able to enter the Star Battle Tablet. With such a strong mental state test, his combat prowess couldn't be too bad. In the future, his combat prowess would definitely break through the limit and reach the low extreme realm. The only difference was at what level he would have the combat prowess of the extreme realm. 7th grade? 8th grade? Or 9th grade? If he can have the combat prowess of the low extreme realm at the 7th grade, he'll be on par with the eldest disciple of the Heart Palace. If that's the case, the Heart Palace will be even more amazing. It's not that easy to reach Luo Beichuan's level. Chapter 2139. Not to mention the 6 paths of samsara becoming lazy, the cervical vertebrae and shoulders are indeed very uncomfortable. All kinds of occupational diseases attack, seriously affecting work. When Chunzong opened his eyes, what he saw was a charred land that seemed to be filled with smoke. It seemed to be the remains of countless battles. On the cracked ground there were dark red traces, which seemed to be formed after the blood had dried up. This feeling was familiar to Chunzong. Thinking back, it seemed similar to the Earth Demon Abyss of the Earth Demon clan in the Blue Waves world, as well as the Void battlefield in the Tianyuan Sacred Territory against the Void Demons, and so on. Now, he felt it again. Of course, the aura was similar, but the degree was different. The aura of war here was more tragic. A roar suddenly sounded. It was full of astonishing power and killing intent. Baleful aura surged like a tide and was extremely strong. In an instant, the tragic aura of the ruined battlefield increased by several times. This terrifying and tragic aura would directly impact the spirit and will of the cultivator, causing a strong impact. If it was light, it would be difficult to maintain calm and concentrate all of one's mind. If it was heavy, it would be difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion, and the mind would be in disorder. Therefore, people who did not have a strong enough spirit and will would not be able to bear it. It would be difficult for them to exert their strength. However, Chunzong was not affected. Whether it was in a similar situation or in his spirit and will, Chunzong could easily resist this kind of impact. As the inhuman roar rang out, a tall figure appeared in front of Chunzong, charging forward at high speed. The ground trembled under the feet of the figure, and cracks began to appear on the ground. That figure was more than 3 meters tall. It was wearing a short skirt made of animal skin. The muscles all over its body were bulging, as if it was carved out of stone. It was full of astonishing and violent power. Strange runes surrounded the extremely robust body. Those runes were all light red, and when they were drawn on the body, they formed a very demonic picture. The pattern formed by the light red veins looked like a wild bear. Chunzong had never felt this kind of aura before. However, in an instant, the moment the other party appeared, Chunzong's heart unconsciously jumped. A kind of disgust and killing intent appeared in his heart. It was like a natural enemy. This kind of emotion was very strange. The ground was like a drum, and his legs were like drumsticks, constantly beating the ground, making extremely shocking sound. The vibrations passed through the ground and quickly reached Chunzong. However, the place where Chunzong's feet stood was like a sea-stabilizing needle. The vibration could not affect him at all, as if he was separated by a different space. Squinting his eyes slightly, Chunzong stared at the strong figure charging at him at an astonishing speed and with a murderous aura. He was able to capture every movement clearly. The muscles on the other party's body were constantly vibrating as he ran. It was as if there were volcanoes hidden within his body. His explosive power was extremely shocking. Every piece of his muscles was vibrating, contracting and expanding as if they were breathing. His strength was constantly in a state where it was about to erupt but was not erupting. He could erupt with the most powerful attack at any time. Chunzong's eyes lit up. Obviously, this kind of use of power was quite strange. Chunzong could also see that this kind of power belonged to the body, just like the power of the path of body refinement. However, Chunzong instinctively felt that it was different from the path of body refinement of the human race. While paying attention, Chunzong also noticed that the light red lines on the other party's body seemed to be alive. The other party's body was extremely strong, like an iron tower. Every piece of muscle contained explosive and terrifying power. His head was similar to a human's, but not like a human's. It was as if he had not completely evolved, and still had the characteristics of a beast. His face was like a combination of a bear and a human, ugly and ferocious. Chunzong could not help but think of the words of his third senior sister Yuwuxia, an uncivilized barbarian. Although he felt that way, the other party's aura was really strong. It was much stronger than the ordinary first turn of the Tao manipulation realm. It was even close to the ordinary second turn of the Tao manipulation realm. Was this the so-called one-star combat strength? Chunzong reluctantly raised a trace of fighting spirit, because the other party was still not strong enough compared to him. However, this was the first time he faced a demon barbarian warrior. According to his third senior sister, when he had the combat strength of the Supreme State, he would also go to the northern battlefront and face the demon barbarians. Now, he had to familiarize himself with their methods in advance. In a split second, the demon barbarian warrior approached Chunzong and suddenly punched out. Chunzong noticed that when the demon barbarian warrior raised his fist and clenched his fist, an incomparably ferocious punch arrived. The light red demonic patterns on the demon barbarian warrior's body seemed to come alive. It was as if a giant bear had stood up and raised its giant paw, fiercely bombarding down. With a boom, the air seemed to be shattered into countless pieces. This attack was extremely brutal, as if it wanted to directly smash Chunzong into pieces. However, Chunzong did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, he took the blow directly. He did not even draw his sword. Instead, he activated his divine body and directly punched out, meeting force with force. Chunzong was very curious about the special power of the demon barbarian warrior. He wanted to know more about it, so it was the easiest and most direct way to directly come into contact with it. Boom! The two fists collided. Chen Zong immediately sensed very clearly that the power of the demon barbarian warrior suddenly rushed to him along the fist. It seemed to explode directly and was about to shatter his fist. That power had the power of the physique, but it was somewhat different from the power of the way of body refining. It focused more on the instantaneous eruption, and it was extremely brutal, unreasonable, and destructive. In addition, it also contained a strange power, which was the impact of the condensed evil spirit. It was integrated with the power of the physique, and there was no distinction between them. As a result, that power was extremely brutal, violent, and ferocious. It was as if he had been possessed by a giant bear and had mastered the power of the giant bear. This power was so shocking that Chen Zong could conclude that if it were an ordinary first turn of the Tao controlling realm, he would definitely not be able to resist it. All resistance and resistance would be crushed in an instant, and everything would be smashed into pieces. Even an ordinary second turn of the Tao controlling realm would not be willing to take this blow head-on. Instead, they would adopt the strategy of dodging, except for some body-refining cultivators. There was a great conflict between the power of the demon barbarian warrior and his own power. This conflict was not an ordinary conflict, but a conflict that was incompatible like fire and water. They were like natural enemies. Taking the brutal punch of the demon barbarian warrior head-on, the demon barbarian warrior had rich combat experience. He reacted quickly and astonishingly, and the second punch immediately came. Then, his huge and strong body shrank, and his broad shoulders protruded, and he suddenly launched a charge. One blow followed another. Every blow was an attack with all his strength. Every blow contained a terrifying power, and every blow was meant to smash the demon barbarian warrior into pieces. This was undoubtedly very shocking. In order to burst out with all his strength in an ordinary attack, he had to accumulate power for a while. Generally, it would be 1 or 2 blows. It was very difficult to burst out with all his strength in every blow. One had to have a strong physique and amazing endurance and a lot of stamina. From this point, it could be seen how amazing the physique and endurance of the demon barbarian warrior was. He attacked 7 or 8 times in a row. Every attack had abandoned fancy techniques and only pursued the ultimate killing power. He used the fastest speed to kill his target. It was incomparably tragic. It was the best way to kill an enemy on the battlefield. He would not stop until he was dead. However, such attacks were all blocked by Chen Zong. Moreover, Chen Zong did not retreat at all. The defensive power and the ability to absorb and break down attacks of a triple world transformation godly body was astonishing. Even if the opponent's attack was several times stronger, it still wouldn't be able to do anything to Chen Zong. The reason why Chen Zong didn't kill him was that he wanted to know the fighting skills of the demon barbarian warrior. It was simple, direct, efficient, focused on killing, and brought out its unique characteristics to the extreme. If the demon barbarian warriors all had such a fighting method, it would indeed be very frightening because most of the practitioners didn't have such a method. Once they became enemies, they would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position and then be killed. It was like the difference between a rookie and an elite. Not long after, Chen Zong also grasped the means of this demon barbarian warrior and immediately counterattacked. One punch. With a boom, he directly broke the opponent's thick fist. The tyrannical power of the world transformation godly body pushed forward layer by layer and shattered the opponent's arm inch by inch. Whether it was the flesh or the bones, they were all broken. In an instant, his entire arm was shattered by Chen Zong's punch. However, the barbarian warrior let out a loud roar. The light red lines on his body shone incessantly and became extremely bright, as if they were about to burn. It was as if the power contained in them had completely exploded. His extremely sturdy body shook, as if something within his body had been broken. His aura became even more tragic. As if the broken arm didn't have any effect, another punch was thrown out again. The power of this punch was more than 2 times stronger than before. Its power became more and more terrifying. A desperate attack. This was the demon barbarian warrior's desperate attack. It was extremely powerful, and the last attack would kill the enemy. Even if he died, he would take the opponent down with him. A life for a life. However, although this attack that was twice as powerful was even more shocking, it was still not enough for Chen Zong. Chen Zong was confident that just with the power of the world transformation godly body, he would not be inferior to a 3-star battle strength. If he had a better martial art to unleash its power, he would probably be even stronger. Punch. The collision was like the explosion of stars. Chen Zong's fist was like a hot knife through butter. Smash. Destroy. The demon barbarian warrior's body trembled and was directly torn apart. Killing a 1-star demon barbarian warrior proved that Chen Zong's battle strength was at least 1 star. In this way, he could enter the 2nd level of the Star Battle Pagoda, which corresponded to 2-star battle strength. The environment of the 2nd level of the Star Battle Pagoda was similar to the 1st level, but the atmosphere was more solemn and more tragic. However, the demon barbarian warrior that appeared was somewhat different from the demon barbarian warrior on the 1st level. The ugly and ferocious face did not look like a combination of a bear and a human. Instead, it looked like a combination of a wolf and a human. Its body did not look as strong and huge, and was relatively thin. Of course, compared to a human, it still looked very strong. The light red lines on its body were also not the outline of a giant bear, but the outline of a giant wolf. Charge. Chapter 2140. Boom. Chen Zong punched out. His fist energy was like a dragon, extremely ferocious and tyrannical, as if it could shatter everything. It directly collided with the fist of the demon barbarian warrior. The terrifying power turned into billowing ripples that spread out in all directions. Boom! As if the second power had exploded, Chen Zong's arm shook. Under the impact of the extremely tyrannical power, he immediately retreated a few steps. This was the 4th floor of the Battle Stars Pagoda. His opponent was a 4-star demon barbarian warrior. However, Chen Zong discovered that the demon barbarian warriors on each floor had different characteristics. The demon barbarian warriors on the 1st floor were like bears, extremely violent. The demon barbarian warriors on the 2nd floor were like wolves, cruel and swift. The demon barbarian warriors on the 3rd floor were like snakes, cold and cunning. The demon barbarian warriors on the 4th floor were like tigers, powerful and imposing. However, from the 1st floor onwards, Chen Zong didn't draw his sword. He only fought with his world god body. The repeated battles and collisions allowed Chen Zong to improve the use of his world god body's power. It was as if his potential had been stimulated. Such head-on collisions also allowed his world god body to be tempered and improved without him noticing. The world god body belonged to the path of body refinement. The path of body refinement was different from the path of chi refinement. The path of chi refinement focused on comprehension. Although the path of body refinement also required comprehension, it was more important to battle. Battles, fierce battles, life and death battles were used to sharpen and stimulate one's potential. The 4-star demon barbarian warrior was extremely powerful. Chen Zong was slightly at a disadvantage when he only used the power of his world god body. However, such collisions were constantly stirring up Chen Zong's body. It was like a hammer constantly hammering a piece of iron, extracting the essence and refining it into steel. The 3rd transformation realm god body was equivalent to a 3-star demon barbarian warrior. However, Chen Zong could use the 3rd transformation realm god body to resist a 4-star demon barbarian warrior. Chen Zong could also feel that this was not his limit. It was only because his research and development of the path of body refinement was too little. Otherwise, he could definitely be stronger. Now, he was using the demon barbarian warrior's power to further stimulate the potential of his world god body. The demon barbarian warrior's attacks were as simple and efficient as always. However, different types of demon barbarian warriors had different abilities. Roar. The tiger-like demon barbarian warrior suddenly roared. Its momentum shook the heavens. It contained a terrifying pressure of will. It was like the king of the forest, able to suppress other beasts. Similarly, the demon barbarian warriors roar also a demon barbarian warrior. However, Chernzong's mind was strong and resilient, so he was unaffected. If it had been an ordinary Fourth Revolution Dao manipulation realm cultivator, they would have definitely suffered a strong impact and pressure, causing their aura to become chaotic and their strength to drop. If they were slightly weaker, their internal organs would have even been injured. Along with the roar, the tigerkin demon barbarian once again blasted out an attack that was like a tiger's paw. Its power was incomparably shocking. Barbarian. Chernzong did not dodge. He raised his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Specks of starlight suddenly condensed in his hand, emitting a dazzling light. Heaven Do Bright Star Fist. This was the only fist technique in Sword Master Dongting's memories, and it was a body-tempering fist technique. It wasn't created by Sword Master Dongting, but he had obtained it by chance. However, Sword Master Dongting did not refine his body, so he did not cultivate this fist technique. Instead, he used it as a source of inspiration to study its mysteries and create other techniques. For example, some of the divine abilities and sword techniques of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain Stellar Dao Academy were related to the Heavenly Dipper Fist. The Heaven Do Luminous Star Fist was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was at the Great Divine Power level, the second stage was naturally at the Heaven Divine Power level, and the third stage was even higher. It was at the Ancient Divine Power level. This body-tempering fist technique was pretty good. Even though Sword Master Dongting didn't practice it, he still comprehended it, which made it more convenient for Chernzong. As a result, Chernzong's punch had already reached the first level. He felt that his strength had been condensed, and starlight bloomed as he blasted it out. Collision. A shocking sound rang out in an instant and there was an explosion. This time, Chernzong wasn't pushed back. He completely blocked the attack of the Tigerkin Demon Barbarian. Seeing that Chernzong actually blocked it, the Tigerkin Demon Barbarian seemed to be very surprised. However, he didn't slow down at all and attacked again. His fists and legs had all turned into weapons as he violently attacked. Chernzong clenched his fists tightly, and starlight bloomed. He continuously performed the Heaven Do Luminous Star Fist to counterattack. Extremely fierce collisions occurred again and again. Chernzong's expression didn't change, but his eyes seemed to be burning with fighting spirit. This kind of fist-to-flesh combat was really satisfying. It was extremely carefree and satisfying. As expected, his body also contained such violent genes. Fight. Improve. Chernzong kept mastering the mysteries of the Heaven Do Luminous Star Fist. Finally, he broke through and reached the level of small success. Its power increased by several times. Kill. The Tigerkin Demon Barbarian with 4-star combat strength was beaten to death by Chernzong's fist. Phew! Chernzong exhaled a long breath, which swept out like a storm. In front of him was the broken pieces of the Tigerkin Demon Barbarian's corpse that had been blown up by his fists. This kind of battle was too satisfying. At this moment, Chernzong seemed to understand third senior sister Yu Wuxia's experience. It was really satisfying. Then, the next level, the 5th level, will be a 5-star demon barbarian. I wonder what kind of demon barbarian it will be? Chernzong thought to himself. After adjusting his breathing and calming his breathing, he stepped into the 5th level of the Star Battle Pagoda. The Star Battle Pagoda was very tall. There were many levels, and each level had a 1-star combat strength. After entering the 5th level, the atmosphere became more bleak and tragic. Chen Zong saw his opponent. Its face was strange and a little sharp, like a goshawk. Its body was streamlined, and there seemed to be a patch of hair under its arms. Its fingers were extremely sharp. The light red patterns on its body were in the shape of an eagle. With a shake of its arms, it was like an eagle spreading its wings. The Tigerkin demon barbarian immediately leaped into the air. After its body soared into the sky, it swooped down and stretched its arms forward. Its elbows were slightly bent, and its fingers were bent. An extremely sharp cold light flashed as it tore through the air. Rip! The air was torn apart like a piece of cloth. Chen Zong could feel an astonishing sharpness penetrating the air and landing on his body, causing him to feel a tingling pain. This feeling made Chen Zong even more excited. Fight! Punch! Sky Dipper Fist! Holding the starlight in his hand, he punched out without holding back. However, this Tigerkin demon barbarian was very agile, and its claws were extremely sharp. For a moment, Chen Zong was at a disadvantage again. When the opponent's sharp claws lightly scratched his arm, it was directly torn apart. This made Chen Zong realize that even if his world divine body was very strong, it would not be able to completely resist the opponent's sharp claws. However, the opponent was a Tigerkin demon barbarian with 5-star combat strength. Its strength was very strong, and it was not something an ordinary peak 5th transformation Dao controlling realm could compare to. Here, the power of the Heart Seal treasure robe was suppressed. This was because this was the Star Battle Pagoda. Other than the weapons one used, all other external forces were restricted. This was the purest test of combat strength. Fight! The endless battle. The powerful world divine body gave Chen Zong astonishing explosive power. In the state of self-freedom, Chen Zong's every attack exploded with extreme power. The realm of the Sky Dipper Fist was also increasing bit by bit. Great mastery. Its power had increased by a few more times. However, it was still not enough. In the fierce battle, the Sky Dipper Fist was cultivated to perfection by Chen Zong, and its power had increased by a lot. The world divine body gave Chen Zong great strength, and also gave Chen Zong astonishing speed. In particular, Chen Zong's control of his own body was astonishing. In addition, he was in the state of self-freedom, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. In the end, the Tigerkin demon barbarian was unavoidably hit in the chest by Chen Zong. His tyrannical body could not completely block it, and he was directly injured. The Tigerkin demon barbarian would use a desperate secret technique. Once used, the power would increase by 2 or 3 times, and the price would be death. The Tigerkin demon barbarian was killed by Chen Zong, but Chen Zong was also injured by the Tigerkin demon barbarian's desperate counterattack. A deep wound was torn in his chest, and blood was dripping. It was a shocking sight. As he breathed, the wound closed, and no more blood flowed out. It gradually healed. This was the self-healing ability of the world divine body. Although it was not very fast, it was not slow either. Now, with the body refining Dao alone, my combat strength can reach the 5-star level, or even surpass it. But the 6-star level? Chen Zong silently compared, and realized that if he wanted to use the body refining Dao alone to fight against the 6-star level, it seemed to be somewhat insufficient. Of course, this was also because he had not developed the world divine body enough. The Heart Sword Path and the Great Way of the World belonged to the same level of Great Way of the World. However, Chen Zong had always only used the body refining Dao as an auxiliary method. His main purpose was to improve his body's strength, defense, and survivability. He spent more time and energy on the Qi refining Dao. Therefore, the potential development of the Qi refining Tao was more than 10 times or dozens of times greater than the body refining Tao. Of course, Chen Zong did not plan to spend a lot of time on the body refining Tao. That would delay the progress of the Qi refining Tao. For now, he still needed to focus on the Qi refining Tao, which was the main strength. The body refining Tao was still an auxiliary method. However, if he could further develop the potential of the body refining Tao, it would definitely be beneficial to him. As he breathed, the wound kept healing, and waves of numbness and itchiness spread throughout his body. After his injury healed, Chen Zong stepped into the 6th level of the Star Battle Pagoda. The barbarian demon on the 6th level of the Star Battle Pagoda was 4 meters tall and had a huge and muscular body. It was as shocking as a brute elephant. Boom! The barbarian demon elephant threw a punch. It was like a brute elephant swinging its trunk. In an instant, an extremely shocking power erupted, making Chen Zong feel that it was impossible to resist. However, Chen Zong still did not display the strength of the Qi refining Tao. He still used the Sky Battle Bright Star Fist and threw a punch. First tier perfection. The power was even more tyrannical. Chen Zong fully displayed the strength that he possessed. It was like a ball of starlight rushing out. Chapter 2141. Strong. A 6-star demon barbarian was indeed very strong. What Chen Zong didn't know was that the Elephant Man Demon Barbarian was even more powerful than the Bear Man Demon Barbarian. With just one blow, Chen Zong was pushed back. He felt his qi and blood surging, and his right arm was numb and stinging. Heart fire. Without hesitation, Chen Zong used his divine sense. The 6 heart palaces turned the heart fire into 6 layers, which enveloped Chen Zong. Each layer increased his strength and speed by 10%, and when stacked, it reached a 60% increase. Boom! Heavenly Dipper Fist. This punch seemed as if Chen Zong's hand had grabbed onto a ball of dazzling and resplendent starlight and blasted it out. Its might was extremely formidable and shocking. The Elephant Man Demon Barbarian threw out his arm again. Like a brute elephant swinging its trunk, it directly blew up the air and made an extremely ear-piercing sound. They collided again, but this time, Chen Zong wasn't sent flying. They were evenly matched. Punch, punch, punch. Chen Zong kept activating the Heavenly Dipper Fist with both fists. Under the amplification of the heart fire, the power of each punch increased a lot and became more powerful. Condense. The starlight kept condensing, and the power became more and more concentrated. On the basis of perfection, it kept approaching the limit of the divine sense. It looked like streaks of starlight were blasted out, turning into a meteor shower. They were densely packed and endless, and they all blasted towards the same target. The Elephant Man Demon Barbarian kept resisting the bombardment of the starlight and shattered it. This kind of high-intensity battle allowed the power of Chen Zong's world divine body to be constantly stimulated, and he became more and more powerful. Otherwise, Chen Zong wouldn't be able to resist the attack of a 6-star demon barbarian. In an instant, a ball of starlight bloomed, but it didn't bombard. Instead, it kept condensing and condensing, becoming more and more powerful. Its aura increased by several times, and the intensity of the light suddenly increased. It was like a meteor had turned into a comet, and it blasted out directly towards the Elephant Man Demon Barbarian. Heavenly Dipper Fist's 2nd level entry level. The power of a heavenly divine ability. With a bang, the starlight shattered and the barbarian man was sent flying for the first time. However, his body wasn't seriously injured and was only lightly injured. Moreover, as the light red pattern on his body flashed, his injuries quickly healed. The heavenly divinity consumed an astonishing amount of energy. Even Chen Zong could not use it more than a few times. In the end, Chunzong confirmed that his body-refining combat strength had reached the 6-star level after using the Heavenly Divine Sky Fighting Star Fist and the Heart Flame secret technique. However, he felt that it was not the upper limit. However, it was very difficult to improve further, especially if one's cultivation did not change. That would require more time and energy to study. For the time being, this was the end. He drew his sword. In an instant, sword energy surged in all directions, and its sharpness filled the heavens and the earth. Chunzong's body refining and qi refining were different in terms of strength. Even if his physical strength was exhausted, as long as it did not affect his normal movements, he could still rely on the strength of qi refining to fight and kill enemies. When the sword light flashed, the sword had already returned to its scabbard. The barbarian man's body paused, and a fine scratch appeared on his body. He didn't even have time to use his final desperate secret technique before the barbarian man died. This was the path of qi refining that Chunzong had spent a lot of time and energy on. Its potential was much higher than the path of body refining, so its strength was much more powerful. With the cultivation of the third revolution of the Tao controlling realm, he could kill a 6-star combat strength with one strike. After resting for a while and recovering his strength, Chunzong stepped onto the 7th floor of the Star Battle Pagoda. This barbarian warrior's strength would be at the 7-star level. The combat strength of a 7-star warrior was much stronger than that of a 6-star warrior. Moreover, this barbarian warrior looked a little strange. He was less than a meter tall. Compared to the previous barbarian warriors, he was relatively short. However, his body was shockingly wide. The light red pattern on his body formed a pattern of a tortoise shell. There seemed to be pieces of tortoise shells on his skin. Tortoise barbarian warrior. This tortoise barbarian warrior's face was ferocious. His mouth was full of sawteeth and looked extremely cold. His small eyes shot out a cold and merciless light as he pounced. His way was very strange. It was like he was rolling. Although it was strange, his speed was very shocking. Chunzong didn't dodge. He directly unsheathed his sword, and the sword light pierced through the air. When his cultivation was at the 2nd revolution of the Tao controlling realm, Chunzong once fought the Blackscale clan at the 7th revolution of the Tao controlling realm and killed them. At that time, Chunzong was confident that he could fight against ordinary cultivators at the 8th revolution of the Tao controlling realm. Now, his cultivation had reached the 3rd revolution of the Tao controlling realm, and he had cultivated more techniques and magic. His strength was even more powerful. It was easy for him to kill ordinary cultivators at the 8th revolution of the Tao controlling realm. As for ordinary cultivators at the 9th revolution of the Tao controlling realm, it was hard to say. However, if he activated the secret method of the Flame of the Heart, he might be able to defeat ordinary cultivators at the 9th revolution of the Tao controlling realm. That was equivalent to the combat strength of an 8-star. Now, this tortoise barbarian warrior's combat strength was at the 7-star level. He was stronger than ordinary cultivators at the 7th revolution of the Tao controlling realm, and could even catch up with ordinary cultivators at the 8th revolution of the Tao controlling realm. However, he was still no match for Chunzong. However, Chunzong was surprised to find that he didn't kill his opponent. When the extreme heart formless sword slashed at his opponent, he felt layers of resistance. It was very tough and very hard. Under the sword, the tortoise barbarian warrior was also sent flying, and blood kept flowing. Curious, Chunzong used his sword to test it. He found that this demon barbarian warrior was best at defense, and his defense was very shocking. However, due to the difference in combat strength, he still died under Chunzong's sword. On the 8th floor of the Star Battle Pagoda, the demon barbarian warrior on this level looked like an ape-man. Compared to the previous demon barbarian warriors, His body was more well-proportioned. With a light leap, the 8-star 8-man barbarian warrior immediately leaped and suddenly kicked in the air. An amazing power burst out, as if it could shatter mountains. In just an instant, Chen Zong felt an amazing pressure pressing down on him. An 8-star's combat strength was indeed very strong. It was much stronger than a 7-star's combat strength. However, Chen Zong wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Fight. The sword Tao field domain suppressed, and the 10,000 swords returned to origin was activated. After a while of fighting, Chen Zong found that although the 8-man barbarian warrior's strength was not as good as that of the elephant man, bear man, and demon barbarian warrior, it was still amazing. Moreover, its speed was faster than that of the bear man and elephant man. Although its combat skills were mainly simple and efficient killing skills, there were some small changes that were more detailed and amazing. For a moment, Chen Zong was at a disadvantage. Boom, boom, boom. The 8-man barbarian warrior attacked crazily. The coordination between each attack was almost flawless. It was as fierce as a storm and as delicate as flowing water. Its skill was amazing, just like a battle master. Heart fire. In the face of such pressure, Chen Zong could only use the secret technique to increase his strength again. Under the amplification of the 6th level of heart fire, his strength was even stronger. He immediately turned the tables and fought fiercely. The demon barbarian warrior's physique was extremely tyrannical. The patterns on his body also had a certain degree of defensive power that could better resist attacks. The stronger the demon barbarian warrior's combat strength, the tougher the light red patterns seemed to be. Great refining star sky secret sword. The sword turned into a star and suppressed all directions, causing the 8-man barbarian warrior's movements to pause slightly. The power of the Taichu sword origin erupted, the sword Dao domain suppressed, and the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Kill. This sword was unleashed with all his strength, directly attacking the 8-man barbarian warrior. Roar! As if sensing the terrifying killing intent of this sword, the 8-man barbarian warrior knew that it could not dodge, so he let out a final roar. His expression was ferocious and ruthless. The ape pattern on his body suddenly lit up, as if it was ignited in an instant, blooming with astonishing power that filled his entire body. A punch blasted out in the air. This was the last attack, and also the strongest attack. It was also a desperate attack. After this attack, the 8-man barbarian warrior's body would collapse. The power of this punch was 3 times that of each of the previous punches. If the power of each of the previous punches was 1, then the power of this punch would be 3 times, which was very terrifying. The 8-man barbarian warrior did not dodge that sword. Chen Zong also did not have time to dodge that punch. They hit at the same time. In an instant, Chen Zong felt that his world-divine body was penetrated by a force, and then it exploded. The 8-man barbarian warrior's body was also directly penetrated by the sword light. The terrifying sword chi exploded in his body and rushed out, crushing him and destroying his life force. Mutual destruction. Chen Zong's consciousness directly fell into darkness. When he woke up, Chen Zong found that he had appeared in the Star Battle Pagoda. Everything that happened just now was clearly imprinted in his mind. It was so vivid that it was as if it was still vivid in his mind. Little junior brother, how was it? Which level did you make it to? When Chen Zong came back to his senses and left the Star Battle Pagoda, Yu Wuxia's figure flashed and landed a slap on Chen Zong's shoulder as she asked loudly. Everyone around also pricked up their ears, ready to listen. How strong was the new true disciple of the first place of the mental test rankings? With a cultivation of the 3rd revolution of the Dao manipulation realm, his combat strength should at least be at the 4-star or 5-star level. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his astonishing mental strength. I didn't make it to the 9th level. Chen Zong smiled slightly and did not go into details. Yu Wuxia was slightly stunned, and then she did not ask in detail. Perhaps she felt that Yi Ping's answer was because he did not want to tell the truth, or because he was embarrassed. After all, if he did not make it to the 9th level, there would be room for imagination. At first, it sounded like he failed to make it to the 8th level and did not make it to the 9th level. But in detail, there was another meaning. For example, if he failed to make it to the 7th level, he would not make it to the 9th level. If he failed to make it to the 6th level, he would not make it to the 9th level. I didn't expect little junior brother to be so prideful, Yu Wuxia thought to herself. Then she patted Chen Zong's shoulder comfortingly and said, "It's okay, little junior brother. You have amazing potential. It's just that you have not been in the heavenly palace for long, so you have not turned your amazing potential into strength. Once you cultivate for a few more decades, your potential will be turned into strength, and you will definitely be much stronger than you are now." Chen Zong was slightly stunned and immediately understood what his third senior sister meant. However, Chen Zong did not explain anything and just nodded. Anyway, it was true that he could not make it to the 9th level now. He did not have 9-star combat strength, let alone supreme state combat strength. Chapter 2142. In the following days, Chen Zong lived in seclusion. He spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion in his palace. From time to time, he would enter the Mind Elephant Pavilion to study sword skills and other martial arts skills, such as body refining skills and martial arts skills. Occasionally, Chen Zong would take some time to go to the Star Battle Pagoda. There were no special restrictions in the Star Battle Pagoda. If there was a restriction, it would be that only true disciples were qualified, because only true disciples could be rated as having a battle strength above the star level. The purpose of the Star Battle Pagoda was naturally to use battle to nurture battle. In the first few floors, Chen Zong only used his body refining strength to fight. He would only draw his sword when his body refining strength could no longer keep up. Once, twice, thrice. Unknowingly, time flew. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed. 2 years was actually very short and insignificant for the immanent spirit realm. But for the top geniuses, it was enough time for them to improve. On the 7th floor of the Star Battle Pagoda, Chen Zong was fighting fiercely with a 7-star demon barbarian warrior. Every time he challenged the Star Battle Pagoda, his opponent was not fixed. His current opponent on the 7th floor was the 8-man barbarian. Chen Zong only used his body refining strength to fight against his opponent. The Sky Dipper fist continuously blasted out. Like a meteor shower, it was dazzling and dazzling, completely enveloping the 8-man barbarian. The 8-man barbarian's battle strength was astonishing, and his technique was profound. He constantly smashed the meteor fist force with his fists. Close. Chen Zong suddenly kicked out like a giant elephant. It seemed slow, but it contained a terrifying power. The timing was perfect. It was as if the 8-man barbarian had sent himself to Chen Zong's kick. With a boom, like the beating of a drum, the 8-man barbarian's body shook and flew out. His blood and chi were shaken, and the light red lines on his body flickered. Naturally, this kick was also a physique refinement art of the grand innate technique, named Mammoth Crumbles the Heavens. It was an innate technique that Chen Zong had found in the Pavilion of Will Perception. Generations of experts of the Heavenly Palace of Will had gathered it from the outside world and stored it in the Pavilion of Will for future generations to comprehend and comprehend. Chen Zong had cultivated many body-refining martial arts and divine abilities. Coupled with the continuous battles, he had also continuously dug out his body-refining potential and transformed it into strength, becoming stronger and stronger. Previously, Chen Zong could only fight against a 6-star fighter. Now, he could fight against a 7-star fighter. This showed how much progress Chen Zong had made over the past 2 years. but in the end, Chen Zong was still unable to defeat the 7-star 8-man demon barbarian. This battle was evenly matched, and it also proved that Chen Zong's strength in body cultivation had indeed reached the 7-star level. Over the past 2 years, Chen Zong's martial arts had become more and more profound, and his vision had been further broadened. His understanding of demons and barbarians had also increased. Demons and barbarians had very strong physiques, but their main source of strength was the light red lines on their bodies, which were called totems among the barbarians. Every barbarian would go through constant battles from birth until they grew up. When they grew to a certain extent, they would draw their own totems on their bodies and receive the blessing of the totem power. From there, they would break the shackles and surpass the limit, gaining 1-star combat strength in one fell swoop. Some of the gifted barbarians could even reach the 2-star level or even the 3-star level after they had stimulated their totem power. They could even reach a higher level of fighting strength. It could be said that totems were the source of power for barbarians and barbarians. The demon barbarian warriors corresponded to the path manipulation realm. As for the Yuan underworld realm, they were called demon barbarian warriors. Their totems had undergone a transformation, and they had mastered more mysterious and powerful powers, which were not something that the demon barbarian warriors could compare to. In addition, the known barbarians were divided into 10 tribes. The 8-man demon barbarian belonged to the barbarian ape tribe, also known as the barbarian ape tribe. The Bearman demon barbarian came from the barbarian bear tribe of the barbarian bear tribe. Different tribes of barbarian beasts had different characteristics, and their totem powers were also different. Chen Zong had fought with the demon barbarian warriors of different tribes many times, so he was very clear about the methods they had mastered. Among the 10 barbarian tribes, the strongest was the barbaric dragon tribe, which was said to be the royal tribe of the barbarians. After them were the barbarian flood dragon tribe, the barbarian ape tribe, and the barbarian elephant tribe, which were known as the elite tribes of the barbarians. Of course, the barbarian flood dragon tribe was the true elite tribe. As for the barbarian ape tribe and the barbarian elephant tribe, they were only there to make up the numbers, but they were indeed better than the other 6 tribes. Draw the sword. With a flash of sword light, the 10,000 returning swords slashed out, instantly killing the barbarian ape tribe warrior. The 8th floor. Every time before, Chen Zong had stopped at the 8th floor and perished together with the barbarian warriors on the 8th floor. This time, I'm going to step into the 9th floor, Chen Zong said to himself. Thinking of the second sword of the 10,000 returning swords, he felt more confident. His opponent on the 8th floor was the barbarian elephant tribe warrior. He had a huge body and was extremely strong. His strength was unparalleled and terrifying. The punch was like a giant elephant swinging its trunk, bringing with it an extremely berserk momentum as it blasted towards Yi Shiwen. 10,000 returning swords. After the sword attack, Chen Zong flew back, and a light flashed in his eyes. Sword Principal Field. In an instant, a 300-meter sword principal field was activated in the air and suppressed the barbarian elephant tribe warrior, causing him to tremble slightly. Heart Fire. In an instant, the 6-fold heart fire overlapped on his body and burned continuously. In more than 2 years, Chen Zong had not built the 7th Heart Palace. It was too difficult, and he had not even reached the entry level. Of course, this was also limited by Chen Zong's own cultivation base. Taichu Sword Spirit Power. All of his power burst out in an instant, without holding back, just to display the strongest sword attack. The sword rose and the sword light fell, merging into the sword principal field. In an instant, it was as if a painting of mountains and rivers had spread out, directly engulfing the barbarian elephant tribe. The second form of the 10,000 swords, Picturesque Mountains and Rivers. It was a poetic name and a beautiful painting. It was as if there were mountains standing tall and rivers flowing around them. If a thatched cottage was built on top of it, One could lean on a rock to fish and swim in a lonely boat. How pleasant would that be? However, that was not the case. That mountain was a sword mountain, a mountain formed by sword energy. As for the water, it was water formed by sword energy. The mountain was majestic and majestic, standing tall on the ground and pointing to the sky. It suppressed everything, and it directly suppressed the barbarian elephant tribe warrior, causing him to be unable to move in an instant. This sword mountain had integrated the suppressive power of the sword principal field. The river water flowed, surrounded by sword chi, and cut like water dripping through a stone. If one sword chi was not enough, then 10, 100, 1,000, the river water condensed by sword chi was more than 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. In an instant, the river water surrounded and cut the barbarian elephant tribe warrior's body. The barbarian elephant tribe warrior's body was huge and strong, and his skin was extremely tough. His defense was amazing, but he still could not resist the river of sword chi. Explode. The barbarian elephant tribe warrior burst out with astonishing totemic power. In an instant, under the attack of the barbarian elephant tribe warrior, the picturesque mountains and rivers sword was also broken. However, the barbarian elephant tribe warrior, who had burst out with totemic power, died. The picturesque mountains and rivers sword is still not enough. Chunzong frowned slightly. In his imagination, when this sword was used, even if the barbarian elephant tribe warrior burst out with totemic power, they would not be able to break it. However, it had been broken, which could only mean that this sword was not enough. Of course, this sword had just been created not long ago, and it still needed to be improved. Battles were a good way to improve it. The 9th floor, here I come. Chen Zong's heart was burning with excitement. In the past 2 years, he had challenged the Battle Star Tower more than a dozen times, but each time, he had been stopped at the 8th floor. This time, he was finally going to step into the 9th floor. His opponent on the 9th floor was the barbarian elephant tribe, which Chen Zong had never seen before. The barbarian flood dragon tribe. This was the elite tribe of the barbarian elephant tribe. The barbarian flood dragon tribe was not very tall. They were about 2 meters tall, but their body structure looked more reasonable than that of the barbarian elephant tribe. Every muscle was streamlined, and they had both strength and speed, as well as astonishing explosive power. When Chen Zong saw the barbarian flood dragon tribe warrior, he knew that he was no match for him. This feeling was never wrong. However, death in the Battle Star Tower was not real death, so he did not have to worry about it at all. He could fight with all his might. 10,000 swords. The sword, combined with the 300-meter sword principal field, broke through the air in an instant, and its power was even stronger. However, the barbarian flood dragon tribe warrior sneered. His eyes were cold and ruthless. He waved his scaly arm in the air, and immediately shattered the sword light. Then, the second attack came in an instant. It was fast, powerful, and explosive. That attack was extremely tyrannical and violent. Picturesque mountains and rivers. Chen Zong exploded with all his power and used his strongest sword attack. This sword attack was self-created. Although it was not perfect, it was more suitable for him to use it with his sword. It was not inferior to the great refining secret sword technique at all. This was because this sword attack was the most compatible with the extreme heart phaseless sword. A beautiful picture scroll opened up. The mountains and rivers were as beautiful as a picture scroll, but it was not drawn by ink. Instead, it was formed by sword chi and the sword light of the extreme heart phaseless sword. Compared to before, the combination of this sword attack was even tighter. In an instant, the barbarian flood dragon tribe warrior was suppressed. The sword chi surrounded him and cut him into pieces. However, the barbarian flood dragon tribe warrior was extremely strong. He did not ignite his totem power. He only used his normal strength to block the suppression and cutting of the picturesque landscape. he punched and kicked, broke through the suppression and entanglement of the landscape, and closed in on Chernzong. In just 5 moves, Chernzong was killed by the barbarian Flood Dragon tribe warrior. A 9-star battle power was much stronger than an 8-star battle power. Furthermore, the barbarian Flood Dragon tribe warrior was even stronger. Although he had lost this battle, Chernzong did not feel discouraged at all. Instead, he had gained a better understanding of the level of his battle prowess. Also, he knew where the flaws of the picturesque landscape were and where he should work hard to perfect it. Cultivation was not afraid of failure or setbacks. It was only afraid of losing one's goal and not knowing where to go. After calculating the time, it was time for him to leave. The sword sparring event would begin in a few months. If he left now, he could arrive earlier. Arriving earlier was better than being late. After all, if he was late, he might lose this opportunity. There might not be a next time. It would be a pity. Chapter 21:43. In the middle of the void, not far away from the black-white boundary, 1,000 miles of sword light shone and shone in all directions. It spread out and dispersed the darkness. The sword light was pure and filled with an extreme feeling, as though it could destroy everything. It was incomparable. Within the 1,000 miles of sword light, there was a sword altar that was as big as a mountain. The sword altar was like a pyramid. It was the smallest at the top and the largest at the bottom. It was very spacious. With the top as the starting point, there was a total of 9 levels. The level that was closest to the top was the first level. There were a total of 4 spots, and there were 4 futons that were glowing with silver light. Further down, there were 16 spots and 16 futons. That was the second level. There were even more spots on the third level. There were a total of 64 spots. There were 256 spots on the fourth level. There were 1,024 spots on the fifth level. There were 4,096 spots on the sixth level. There were 16,084 spots on the seventh level. There were 65,036 spots on the eighth level. As for the ninth level, it had the most spots. There were a total of 262,144 spots on the fifth level. In total, there were 349,524 spots. At first glance, 300,000 spots and 300,000 people seemed to be a lot. However, there were more than 1 million sword cultivators that came from all directions to listen to Sword Master Ji Kong's sword talk. Over the generations, there were at least a few 100 million sword cultivators that came. If it weren't for the fact that some places were too far away, there would be more sword cultivators that came. The sword altar continued to give out sword light. The sword light was 1 million feet long. It was boundless and shockingly pure. Outside the sword light, there were many sword cultivators that gathered. Let's go. I must listen to Sword Master Ji Kong's sword talk. One by one, the sword cultivators started to charge into the sword light. The sword altar was in the middle of the 1,000 miles of sword light. There was still a long way to go from the edge of the sword light to the sword altar. Of course, to the mighty God realm, a few 100 miles was nothing. They could cross it very quickly. However, there was something mysterious about the sword light. The speed of the sword cultivators that charged into the sword light started to decrease. It was 1/10 of the original speed, and it was still decreasing. It was as though the sword light was as sticky as water, and it would hinder one's movement. That was the truth. However, it wasn't just that. Only those that entered could feel it clearly. This sword light was a test. If one couldn't advance against the sword light and reach the sword altar, one wouldn't be qualified to listen to the Extreme Void Sword Sovereign's sword discussion. First, the Tao was not easily imparted. Thus, he set up a test to let others know that this opportunity was not easy to come by. Secondly, the Extreme Void Sword Master was the sovereign of the Sword Tao. When he held a forum to discuss the sword, he would definitely not talk about low-end things. Instead, he would talk about things of a certain level. If one was unable to reach the sword altar despite being shrouded by the sword light, it meant that one did not have the ability and potential to reach the sword altar. Even if one was given a position, one would not be able to understand it. It would be a waste. That sword light was actually a selection mechanism. Chen Zong also had to challenge the sword light. This was the rule set by the Extreme Void Sword Master. Regardless of whether or not the quota was set in advance, they had to pass through the sword light first. If they couldn't even pass through the sword light, wouldn't they have wasted a great opportunity and quota? At the very least, he had to prove that he had the ability to match it. The army of sword cultivators came from all directions. They were densely packed and looked like a swarm of locusts. It's really a magnificent army. Some of the sword cultivators who looked extraordinary laughed. They looked as if they were passing judgment on the world. Even so, only a small number of people can pass through the sword light and reach the sword altar. Chen Zong also saw this scene, and he felt an indescribable shock in his heart. Just think about it. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people charging forward at the same time, with a kind of indomitable and selfless attitude. That kind of momentum was very shocking and stirred people's hearts. Chen Zong took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, his body moved and he charged into the sword light. Once Chen Zong entered the sword light, he immediately knew why the speed of the sword cultivators suddenly decreased. That was because the sword light was as viscous as mercury and it was filled with shocking resistance. Moreover, it also carried a trace of sword pressure. The sword pressure was everywhere and it was suppressing his body from all directions. This kind of suppression came from all directions. There was no escape. Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. He realized something, but it was not enough. He continued to go deeper. Every sword cultivator's speed was affected because there were layers of resistance everywhere. In addition, there was the sword pressure. They had to resist the sword pressure to continue moving forward. Thus, the difference could be seen. Although the powerful sword cultivators' speed was also affected, they could still be faster than the other sword cultivators. Chen Zong found that the deeper he went, the stronger the sword pressure was, even though the resistance did not change. Moving at full speed, Chen Zong became like a beam of sword light as he charged forward. He quickly overtook many of the sword cultivators who had entered first. Taking the lead, he stood at the very front, constantly pulling away from the sword cultivators behind him. His outstanding performance attracted the attention of many sword cultivators, especially those who stayed outside the sword light and watched. "Who is that? He's so fast." "Not bad. He's quite strong." Before long, Chen Zong suddenly stopped and did not move. What is he doing? A group of sword cultivators was surprised. Could it be that he could not move forward? Just now it was just an explosive attack. Did he exhaust his strength? The possibility was very low, but it was still possible. Time passed slowly. The other sword cultivators slowly caught up. They overtook Chen Zong and continued moving forward. Chen Zong still did not move. Chen Zong was carefully feeling the sword pressure here. The sword pressure here was strong to a certain extent. Chen Zong felt that the sword pressure gave him some inspiration. The inspiration for the sword pressure's application extended to the sword doctrine domain. Currently, Chen Zong's application of the sword doctrine domain's power was to suppress. In an instant, he could release a strong suppressive force to suppress the target, causing the target's movements to slow down or even be unable to move. This would give him the opportunity to use his ultimate move. There was no doubt that the sword pressure was related to Sword Master Jikong. In terms of the application of sword pressure, Chen Zong was not as good as Sword Master Jikong. It was like the difference between a rookie and an elite. However, Chen Zong was talented. He had the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting. Under such a collision, his understanding and control of the sword pressure deepened. After a period of time, Chen Zong moved again. He continued to move forward. His speed was still shocking. He overtook the group of sword cultivators again and left them behind. He stopped again. This repeated a few times. Chen Zong finally came to the side of the sword altar. At this moment, some sword cultivators had already climbed up the sword altar and were walking towards those positions. However, more sword cultivators stopped within the sword light. They could not withstand the increasing sword pressure and were unable to move forward. They could only retreat regretfully. Chen Zong was at the edge of the sword altar. The sword pressure here was the strongest among the sword lights. Sparks of inspiration kept colliding and flashing. Wave after wave of sword cultivators broke through the sword lights and climbed up the sword altar. They started to fight for positions. The 9th level had the most positions. There were more than 200,000 of them. However, the 9th level's effect was also the worst. Everyone wanted to fight for a higher level position. It would be best if they could reach the 1st level. However, there were only 4 positions on the 1st level. There were only 4 positions. Furthermore, it was not easy to fight for them. The sword pressure on the sword altar was much stronger than the sword lights. When one reached the 9th level, the sword pressure became even stronger. Some sword cultivators who climbed up the sword altar stopped. They were unable to move forward. Some sword cultivators who went past the 9th level to the 8th level also stopped. The sword pressure was too strong. They could not move forward. They could only retreat to the 9th level and fight for a position. Fortunately, there were more than 200,000 positions on the 9th level. There were still some left. A few sword cultivators who still had energy left rushed to the 8th level. They fought for a position. Chen Zong was not in a hurry. He had already reserved his position. It was one of the 4 positions on the 1st level. Because of this, he did not need to fight for it. He could slowly experience the sword pressure. There was a specific quota. As long as one crossed the sword light area and stepped onto the sword altar, Chen Zong could use the Void Sword token to reach the 1st level. The Void Sword owner had not appeared yet. It was not time yet. However, the fight had already begun. As time passed, Chen Zong also stepped onto the sword altar. He had proven that he was qualified. He could use the Void Sword token to reach the 1st level. However, Chen Zong did not do so. Instead, he continued to move forward to feel the sword pressure. He used this to stimulate his own inspiration and increase his understanding and application of the sword pressure. This would then affect the sword doctrine domain. As more and more sword cultivators poured in, Chen Zong was gradually forgotten. Competition. It was starting to get intense. Fighting was not prohibited here. Under the sword pressure, everyone's power was restricted. Even if they used their ultimate moves, they would not be able to cause much damage. Because their power was restricted within their bodies, they would not be able to destroy anything else. They would also not affect others. Everywhere, people could be seen pulling out their swords. They were fighting for a position. Idiot! When someone walked past Chen Zong, he saw that he was still standing there. He did not seem to have any intention of fighting for a position. He could not help but sneer. Everyone knew that a position was precious. Instead of fighting for it, he stood there without moving. He did not know what he was doing. If he was not an idiot, then what was he? Once all the positions were taken, it would be a wasted trip. It would be a waste of an opportunity that only came once in 1,000 years. However, Chen Zong did not care. After all, he had already obtained a position. It was the best position. Why should he fight for it? He had to walk up step by step and experience the changes of the sword pressure. This was the best way to train himself. It was not that no one thought so. However, the main thing was that they did not dare to do so. The competition was too intense. Once they tried to understand the changes and application of the sword pressure, the position would be snatched away by others. It would be a loss for the greater good. After all, compared to listening to the void sword owner talk about the sword, feeling the sword pressure was a small matter. It was inevitable that some people thought that Chernzong was being foolish. Even if he could feel the sword pressure here, no matter how much he comprehended, how could it be compared to listening to the void sword owner talk about the sword? Chapter 2144. Outside the sword light of the sword altar, there were many sword cultivators. Some of them had just arrived, and some of them were sword cultivators who had failed to pass the sword light. The sword cultivators who had just arrived naturally wanted to give it a try. They might be able to reach the sword altar and seize a spot. As for those who failed, they could only become spectators with great regret. However, there was nothing they could do about it. At least, they had tried their best, but they still failed. There were no more spots on the 9th floor of the sword altar. There were also no more spots on the 8th, 7th, and 6th floors. There were still spots on the 5th floor, but there were already people on the 2nd floor. As for the 1st floor, it was still empty. Some people passed the sword light and climbed up the sword altar. They passed the 9th floor and tried to challenge a higher floor, but they failed and retreated. Get up! These people stared at the 9th floor and issued a challenge. This was allowed by the rules of the sword altar. There was enough distance between each spot to start a hand-to-hand battle. Therefore, during the challenge period, no one could seize the opportunity to snatch the spot. Otherwise, it would be against the rules and they would be expelled. No one dared to disobey the rules of the sword master. Getting a spot did not mean that one had completely occupied it. One could only hold on until the sword chimes sounded 3 times. This was a test of one's actual combat ability. If one's sword technique was not good enough, one would be defeated and give up the spot. Of course, after giving up the spot, one could challenge others. Sword light flashed and flickered continuously. If it were not for the sword pressure of the sword altar, which prevented people from releasing sword chi, it would have been chaotic. At this time, Chernzong walked to the 7th floor. The sword pressure here was stronger. He endured the sword pressure here and carefully felt it, letting the sparks of inspiration collide. Chernzong's actions puzzled many people. Some of the Kinder people even reminded Chernzong to seize the opportunity. However, Chernzong just smiled and did not say anything. He continued to do his own thing. Thus, no one paid attention to him anymore. Time passed slowly. The competition here, according to the past, would last at least 10 days and at most a month. It was not a long time, but it was not short either. Finally, the first person rushed up to the first level, occupying a spot, drawing a wave of cries of alarm. Suddenly, a ray of light shone from the bottom of the sword altar. It turned into a sword light and rushed up to the top of the sword altar as if it did not need to bear any sword pressure. In just an instant, the light reached the sword altar. The sword light disappeared and a figure appeared. It was a young man in luxurious clothes. He looked very noble and high-spirited. He took a step forward and sat down in front of a praying mat. There were only 2 spots left on the first level. As time passed, the competition became more and more intense. Chernzong also stepped onto the 5th floor. The sword pressure on the first level was too strong. Currently, there were only 3 people left. 2 of them relied on their own abilities to charge up, while the last one used the void sword token to charge up. Currently, there was only 1 spot left. It was incomparably attractive, but unfortunately, no one else was able to enter it. That was too difficult. Currently, the 3 people occupying the 3 positions on the first floor had already been recognized by others. 2 of them had very high statuses. Although the last one didn't have a high status and was equivalent to a rogue cultivator, he was still a well-known figure among the younger generation. Of course, the Void Sword Master was also limited by his cultivation base. That was below the 4th level of the Immanent Divinity Realm. In other words, Tao Manipulation Realm, Yuanming Realm, Divinity Realm, and of course, Demigod Realm cultivators were also allowed. After all, there were millions or even tens of millions of sword cultivators. There weren't that many Immanent Divinity Realm cultivators. Most of them were Demigod Realm cultivators. For example, the 9th, 8th, and 7th levels of the Sword Altar were mainly Demigod Realm cultivators. Above them were Tao Manipulation Realm cultivators. However, there was a special point. The strength of the sword pressure was actually related to one's cultivation base. The higher the cultivation base of the cultivator, the stronger the sword pressure they would have to endure. This was a ratio. In addition, once one entered the sword pressure's range, one's strength would be suppressed. There wouldn't be much difference between Divinity Realm and Tao Manipulation Realm cultivators. In a real fight, it would naturally be a hand-to-hand battle. However, Divinity Realm sword cultivators would usually cultivate for a longer period of time, and their sword techniques would often be more brilliant. In a hand-to-hand battle, their chances of winning would also be higher. Among the 3 people on the 1st level, the lone cultivator was a Divinity Realm cultivator, and was very famous. The other one was at the Yuanming Realm, and the last one was at the Tao Manipulation Realm. The young man in luxurious clothes was at the 8th rank of the Tao Manipulation Realm. He wasn't weak. As for the 2nd level, it was basically all Divinity Realm sword cultivators. It wasn't that they didn't want to enter the 1st level, but the sword pressure was too strong. The sword pressure corresponded to their cultivation base. The higher the cultivation base, the stronger the sword pressure. Therefore, there wasn't much difference in the level of cultivation base when it came to enduring the sword pressure. There was no advantage or disadvantage. Suddenly, a shocking sword chime rang out. Everyone was stunned. Chen Zong also woke up from his comprehension. The sword chime rang out. After 3 chimes, it was set. The Void Sword Master would descend, and there would be no more dispute. Without hesitation, Chen Zong took out the Void Sword token. At the same time, the 2nd sword chime rang out. Even without the Void Sword token, Chen Zong was confident that he could reach the top. It was just a matter of time. Enveloped by the Void Sword token, Chen Zong instantly turned into a beam of sword light and streaked across like lightning. He instantly passed through the 4th level, 3rd level, and 2nd level before arriving at the 1st level. When Chen Zong sat down on the praying mat that was emitting specks of silver divine radiance, the 3rd sword chime rang out. So, he already got a spot in advance. Which force is he from? While everyone came to a realization, they were also envious and jealous. They had fought so hard just to get a spot. In the end, someone else got a spot. Moreover, it was the best spot. As soon as Chen Zong sat on the praying mat, he immediately felt a wave of refreshing aura spread out. His entire body shuddered and his mind shook. He immediately felt refreshed. It turned out that the praying mat had a miraculous effect. It could allow one to get rid of distracting thoughts and focus one's mind. It could also allow one to recover one's spiritual will. Chen Zong noticed that the well-dressed young man was staring at him with a hint of provocation. However, Chen Zong ignored him. As for the other 2, they were sizing him up curiously. Only 2 people could get a spot in advance. The well-dressed young man had a shocking background. He was the last disciple of the Great Path Nature Sect's Supreme Elder in the Central Void. His talent in the sword principle was shocking. Of course, the Void Sword Master did not care about this. The Supreme Elder of the Great Path Nature Sect must have paid a hefty price to get this spot. So, who was this person? To be able to get a spot, he must be extraordinary. However, he did not look familiar. It seemed that there was no record of this person in the various powerful forces. My name is Lang Qianli. How should I address you? The middle-aged man who was in the magical realm stared at Chen Zong with a sharp gaze. He smiled and took the initiative to speak. At this moment, the Void Sword Master had not arrived yet. "My surname is Chunzong," Chunzong replied with a smile. Chunzong. Everyone's expression changed slightly. However, they did not understand because this was an unfamiliar name. In an instant there was a bright light in the sky. It was sword light. It seemed to have penetrated the void and landed on the sword altar. When the sword light disappeared, a figure appeared at the top of the sword altar. It was a person who was shrouded in faint light. It was hard to see clearly. Even those who were sitting on the first level could only see the faint light and could not see the person's face clearly. Lang Qianli, a beginner in the sword principle, greets the Void Sword Master. Lang Qianli was the first to react. He immediately stood up and bowed. The others also reacted and quickly stood up. They all called themselves beginners in the sword principle and bowed. This was respect. The Void Sword Master was the ruler of the sword principle. He should be respected. Moreover, everyone was here to listen to him talk about the sword. There's no need for such formalities. The Empyrean Sword Master's voice rang out. It was rather forceful, and there was also a hint of sharpness and emptiness in his forcefulness. It was as if his voice had come from the distant void. "I'm very comforted to see that the way of the sword has flourished." Looking at the Void Sword Master, Chunzong had a feeling that the Void Sword Master was an elder who truly wanted to guide the younger generation of the sword principle. He was a forerunner of the sword principle that deserved respect from the bottom of everyone's heart. As for the Dong Ting Sword Master, it seemed that way on the surface. However, only Chunzong knew that the motive of the Dong Ting Sword Master was to find a suitable body so that he could possess it and continue living. Hence, from the beginning, the Dong Ting Sword Master's motive was not simple. As such, the Dong Ting Sword Master was much inferior to the Void Sword Master. Of course, the Dong Ting Sword Master was already a thing of the past. The Void Sword Master quickly got into the mood and started to talk about the sword. Everyone quietened down. It was so quiet that everyone could hear a pin drop. They were afraid that there would be any noise that would disturb this moment. "If we want to talk about the sword, let's talk about the sword first. What is a sword? Is a sword an inanimate object or a living object?" One sentence after another came out of the Void Sword Master's mouth at a moderate speed. It spread from the top of the sword altar to the bottom and entered everyone's ears. The words were clearly very simple and straightforward, easy to understand, and seemed to be very straightforward. There was nothing profound about it, but when it entered Chunzong's ears, it gave him an indescribable feeling about the sword. A sword cultivator must first understand the sword. If one did not understand what the sword was, how could one practice the sword? The Void Sword Master was using his own method to explain the profoundness of the sword and the sword principle. Although his words were simple, they contained the Void Sword Master's own views and understanding of the sword. He integrated it into his voice and used it to transmit his thoughts so that everyone could hear it and understand it better. Of course, the first level was the closest, so it was the clearest. The 9th level was the furthest, so the effect was naturally much weaker. Chapter 2145. Talk about swords. Talk about swords. Talk about swords. What is swords? Why do you wield swords? How about practicing swords? Sword Master Ji Kong's simple and profound words contained the profoundness of swords. There was a unique charm to them. Along with his words, every word entered everyone's ears and went deep into their minds. At that moment, Chunzong's memories were evoked. That year, he held his sword tightly with his 5 fingers. Why did he practice swords then? Was it because of the influence of the heart sword seal? Or was it because he liked to wield swords? There was a difference between liking something because of an external influence and liking something from the bottom of one's heart. Then, back then, when his 5 fingers landed on the hilt of his sword, what was that for? Because he liked it. Because he liked swords. Because he liked the feeling of holding a sword. It was a form of reliance, and also a form of confidence. With a sword in hand, there was nothing to fear. An indescribable feeling emerged from the deepest part of his heart. Holding a sword, practicing swords, wielding swords, roaming the world with swords. That was the portrayal of his heart. With a sword in hand, he was free and unfettered, roaming the world and sharpening the stars. Wasn't that his own experience? Memories, emotions, and feelings that came from the deepest part of his heart. His heart's sword path was vibrating and resonating, as though it was guiding the origin of the great Tao in the void. Unknowingly, Chernzong's cultivation had also broken through from the peak of the 3rd transformation to the 4th transformation. An even stronger power flowed in his body. That was the power of the absolute primordium sword origin. It was getting purer and mightier, and its power was getting more and more shocking. However, Chernzong didn't know that he had broken through. His entire mind was immersed in the aftertaste of swords. Like Chernzong, many sword cultivators were also immersed in Sword Master Ji Kong's swords and fell into various situations. Perhaps they were recalling the past, or looking forward to the future. Traces of different but mystical auras surrounded everyone. Even though the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels had the worst effects, they were all at the subgod level. Their accumulation in the sword path wasn't that profound. As such, the benefits of the sword's discussion were great. After this sword competition, perhaps a new batch of Spirit Realm warriors would be born soon, which would further strengthen the overall strength of the void. At the start, Sword Master Ji Kong talked about what a sword was. He then continued to delve deeper into the topic and talked about sword skills. What was sword art? It was a technique that was performed with the sword. Using the sword as a technique, he unleashed his own strength to fight and kill his enemies. The way of the sword was the way of the sword. Using the sword to control the power of the great Tao, interpreting the mysteries of the great Tao, and unleashing the might of the great Tao was the sword Tao. Of course, this was Sword Master Zenith Void's understanding. The so-called discussion of the sword was naturally about some of his experiences, and comprehension in the Tao of the sword. If it was something that even he didn't know, then it would be empty, without any proof, and even he wouldn't be able to believe it, let alone convince others. This was a discussion of the sword. It was a discussion of Sword Master Ji Kong's own Tao. Even though he would not forcefully use his Tao of the sword to influence others, he would still leave behind some traces so that others would lean towards Sword Master Ji Kong's Tao of the sword in the future. To a certain extent, it was like Sword Master Ji Kong was recruiting disciples. If any of these sword cultivators became outstanding in the future, they wouldn't be able to sever their connection with him. Even if they escaped the cage and formed their own Tao of the sword, they would still be related to Sword Master Ji Kong. This wasn't to say that Sword Master Ji Kong's discussion of the sword wasn't good. On the contrary, this method was very good as it would guide more sword cultivators. As for the so-called Tao of the Sword Master Ji Kong, it was something that many sword cultivators wanted. This was because their talents were limited and it was very difficult for them to truly form their own Tao. The upper limit of every cultivator who formed their own Tao was at least the Tao Master level. This was because only Tao Masters had the qualifications to form their own Tao. However, since ancient times, the vast void had given birth to countless cultivators. It wasn't a big deal to be able to cultivate to the Tao manipulation realm. It wasn't a big deal to cultivate to the Yuanming realm or even the divine realm. Only those who cultivated to the 4th level of the spirit realm and became Tao Masters were truly powerful. However, there were very few of them. As for those who reached the 5th level of the Dominator realm, they were even rarer. Since ancient times, they weren't even 1% of the Tao Masters. Many people's cultivation wasn't that thorough and they were somewhat at a loss. If there were clear guidance, it would only be beneficial for them. This was because some cultivators weren't even sure if they could break through to the spirit realm. When discussing the sword, the first thing to talk about was what the sword was. What was the sword? Why did one wield the sword? The initial feeling. Why did one practice the sword? Using this as an extension, one would talk about the sword technique. A sword master's view of the sword technique would naturally reach an astonishing height. Using such a height to explain the mysteries of the sword technique would naturally be more thorough and incisive. Any sword cultivator would start from wielding the sword and practicing the sword. The sword technique was the first technique to use the sword. In the past, the so-called sword doctrine was actually just an empty name. Only when one reached the spirit realm and truly grasped the mysteries and power of the Great Way could one be considered to have stepped into the threshold of the sword doctrine. In Sword Master Dong Ting's memory, the mysteries of the sword technique were continuously stimulated as Sword Master Ji Kong continued to talk about the sword. Along with the accumulation of Chen Zong's own sword technique, the three of them clashed and stirred up more sparks of inspiration. This further enriched and strengthened the foundation of Chen Zong's sword technique. From this, it extended to the sword doctrine. There are thousands of sword doctrines in the world. Since ancient times, there have been countless of them. In the future, I wonder how many more sword doctrines will be born. Sword Master Ji Kong spoke neither slowly nor quickly. There was an indescribable confidence and sharpness in his expression. However, no matter how many sword doctrines there are, they will all remain the same. I think that when the sword doctrine reaches its peak, it can be divided into two types. One is to break all skills with a single sword. With a single sword in my hand, I only cultivate sword techniques. With a single sword in my hand, no matter how many skills you have, I can break them all with a single sword. This is called breaking all skills with a single sword. When Sword Master Ji Kong's words came out of his mouth, it inspired many people and caused a commotion. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Breaking all skills with a single sword. How heroic! How wanton! In the minds of the crowd, an image of a figure holding a sword appeared in the void. With the sword in his hand, no matter how many attacks were coming at him, he only needed to use the sword in his hand to destroy everything. It was unstoppable. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, it was invincible. It destroyed the stars and the moon and shattered the void. Breaking all skills with a single sword. In Chen Zong's mind, there seemed to be a flash of inspiration. The inspiration was like a sword. When the sword was swung, the stars exploded. When the sword was swung, the void was destroyed. That was to break all skills with a single sword. Of course, one of the two paths that Sword Master Ji Kong mentioned was to break all skills with a single sword. However, it didn't mean that all sword cultivators could do it. Most sword cultivators couldn't do it at all. They could only grasp a little of it, and it wasn't even considered a beginner. The second path is to create a world with a single sword. When the sword is swung, it's indestructible and it creates a world. That scene was beautiful and countless people yearned for it. At that moment, Chen Zong's body trembled. It was as though an electric current was growing in his body. It spread throughout his body and attacked his divine soul. Breaking all skills with a single sword. Creating a world with a single sword. These were the two representatives of the sword doctrine. They were also the two directions of the sword doctrine. However, to most sword cultivators, it was only a theory and a yearning. They couldn't do it. They were just on the way to do it, and it would be like that for their entire lives. Those who could reach that step would at least become experts of the Tao Master level or even the Dominator level. Chen Zong had an extremely solid foundation and extremely high comprehension ability. He also had the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting and listened to Sword Master Ji Kong's discussion of the sword. Sparks of inspiration kept colliding and surging, breaking all skills, creating a world. Vaguely, an indescribable feeling grew in the depths of Chen Zong's divine soul and spread quietly. Chen Zong thought of his 10,000 swords return to origin sword technique and also the heart refinement sword technique from before. Did the sect origin swords feel like it could create a world with a single sword? Did the heart refinement sword technique also feel like it could destroy all skills with a single sword? A kind of ambition was growing. It turned into a flame and burned fiercely. Following Sword Master Ji Kong's discussion of the sword, Chen Zong continued to comprehend. The sect origin swords was indeed a sword doctrine technique that could create a world with a single sword. At its peak, it could really create a world with a single sword. However, it was still very early. However, the second move of the sect origin swords, picturesque mountains and rivers, was also broken down and comprehended again under such a profound experience. It was constantly improving and improving. Even the first move of the sect origin swords was improved and strengthened. Every time Sword Master Ji Kong held a discussion of the sword, it would last for a few years or even longer. To Sword Master Ji Kong, this period of time was only a short period of time in his long life. However, such a short period of time could bring about great benefits and changes to many sword cultivators of the younger generation. Chen Zong was one of the people who benefited from it. Of course, different sword cultivators would have different benefits due to their different talents, comprehension, and even their foundation. Under such an experience, Chen Zong improved the sect origin swords to the point where it could not be improved any further. It had reached the limit that he could improve it to at the moment. He even had some ideas for the third move. However, in the end, he did not manage to create it because he did not have enough experience. Following that, Chen Zong picked up the heart refinement sword technique again and improved it further. It became an independent sword doctrine technique. The first move was naturally the heart refinement sword technique. The second move was also created by Chen Zong. It walked the path of breaking all skills with a single sword. No one, not even Sword Master Ji Kong, knew that there would be someone so daring to walk two paths at the same time. Breaking all skills with a single sword. Creating a world with a single sword. Even Sword Master Ji Kong, who was an ancient sword doctrine dominator, did not do so. Instead, he focused on the path of breaking all skills with a single sword. However, Chen Zong was delusional to walk two paths at the same time. If word got out, people would undoubtedly say that he was daring. However, Chen Zong was very opinionated and he had his own ideas. He was very clear. Breaking all skills with a single sword. Creating a world with a single sword. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.